Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for
Yo, everybody, what is going on today? Man, it is nice out today. It's cloudy and windy, but wow, super nice out. Good to see the warm weather out there. Racer James coming in hot and heavy right off the bat. That resub, very much appreciated. Gotta double check something here. Glad that came across, I guess, as far as on the intro. Still working some things out with this new bot. So it's good to see that I guess some of this stuff is still working. 39 months total. And I just have to double check this. 4 months in a row at tier 1. And that 4 months streak, 39 months total. Man, we know it's been it's been longer than that. I guess as far as supporting the channel, the fact that the Twitch channel here is more than 4 years old, probably stands to reason it's probably a lot closer to that 100%. Love to see it. Hey, Torch, what's going on there, Torch? We working out in the garden there today, Torch? I know, if you're having as nice a day as I've been having here as of late, I wouldn't blame you. Wouldn't blame you one bit. Glad to have you, though. Glad you're here. 78 degrees. Yeah, it's not quite that warm here, but, we got in the 60s. We broke the 60s. It's like, yeah, step in the right direction. Happy to see that. We are expecting some rain. Nothing really that severe or anything like that, but yeah, we are definitely expecting some rain. Gotta make sure we get the tweets out here. Make sure everybody is knows that we out here. All right, so let's get the screen moving here so we can ensure that the video is not going to freeze on us. We did have a little bit of issue, I guess, as far as last Saturday. It was more problem on my end. Hopefully I get that all squared out. So with using this new bot, all running these types of things locally as opposed to using it, say, like on a cloud, I think it does tend to create a little bit more use of resources. So again, hopefully I got most of this all figured out, and we shouldn't have that problem. But we will be monitoring it just to make sure. Definitely. You tilled the garden twice yesterday? Why twice? I'm curious. Yeah, why'd you... I'm just wondering why. So you had to put... Oh, you put one for your brother. Gotcha. Nice. So that's probably why you had to till twice, because you had got 2 gardens going on. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. 78 degrees, though. Holy crap. Yeah, the fact that you're a little bit more south than where I'm at. So the fact that I'm still slightly a little bit north, you know, the fact that we're still trying to break loose, I guess, of all that cold crap. So Razor James, as he was just mentioning in chat, we do have the Lacrosse Fairgrounds Speedway build open up here in Sandbox. Razor James has gotten back into it, as he's mentioned, I guess, as far as to get all these filler pieces for the ground. So I'm assuming such pieces like around here, so it's like around our turn 1 pavilion and such. Razor James can feel free to elaborate, but be really really curious to see how that looks when it's finished. But yeah, you can see the rest of the track here. Our main focus here still is going to be putting some finishing touches on the turn 1 pavilion. I know it's been quite a few streams, I guess, as far as to get to the point that it is, but I think it's been for good reason. So some of the focus that I'm going to put at this point is more on the open doors part of it. So I had mentioned last week, I guess, as far as, so we got the ceiling in here. I almost feel it's a little too low. So we did base it on one of the edges for the height of the walls, especially above the doors. Stands to reason whenever we could probably raise this just a touch. And also what I would like to do is move where this is textured to a bigger area. So again, something else that I had mentioned last week is to be able to take this part here. We got it currently textured for the ceiling on the interior right here. I'd like to put it right over here and use a much bigger space. Use a much bigger space for it. And just make this transparent here for the doors. I guess a little bit smaller. I think that'll work. I think it'll work much better. Who's mooing at me? I'm gonna get my attention. Yes, the grass should be done, and you should have that by next week. That'd be cool. Keep in mind, it may break something you have, and it will match future updates. Okay, so what in potential would it break? Out of curiosity, I'm assuming probably just files that I have. You've had to redo those, and that's to be expected, I suppose. I kind of expect that. Gaming gargoyle, yes, nice. Used to love gardening, but built it. Oh, yes, you're talking about the gardening. Built an electric rotary trommel. Remove all gravel over 1/4 inch. Wow. Nice on the hands. Yeah, I can imagine. That's a super duper power tool, it sounds like. Noise. Yeah, I don't do any gardening myself, but the fact that it was pretty nice out. I did go for a bike ride. That was pretty cool. So low humidity. It's like low 60s. It is cloudy and pretty windy, and we got a storm front coming in. So it was pretty cool to be able to get out there. We had a couple of 70-degree days, I guess, as far as well, and that was kind of nice to be able to get out there. Let's get over. Again, everybody's trying to get over this cold weather crap. What I do need to get going here, I just realized I didn't turn that bad boy on. Hold on a second. Un momento. I need to turn this guy on. Alright, that should. Okay, why did you. Oh, there it goes. Gotta give it a second. There we go. We got it. I'll write it in. One little thing that I missed, I guess, as far as in the startup. Oh, look at that. You got it again. That's the same thing you got last jackpot. Missed it by one. Nope. So, okay, you did do it again with the Kappas. Yeah, so you had 2 robots, the very first one. That bot is being super stingy right now. It's teasing you. Hopefully he'll come around. Keep at it. It's only 10 units of fluid per play, so for those that are in the chat, you aren't earning yourself those valuable units of fluids as the stream is live. You can always check your fluids, !fluids, in the chat. We'll see if your units of fluid that you're earning and while the stream is live are sufficient, and if they're not, there's some mini chat games in there for you. So you got the slots. You can risk, just like gambling. You can gain or lose units of fluid, as well as giving yourself a shot. And keep in mind that the shot is a little bit on reserve. You can only give yourself one of those every few minutes. So that's a premium. That's a premium command. So can't spam that one. And then if at any point none of those seem to work out for you, you can always attempt to scold the bot. And sometimes you may be willing to give in. Just say, here's 100 units of fluid, now leave me alone. So that's the name of the game here, I guess, as far as on all the streams here, to include Spline Design Studios Saturday. So yeah, that's what's going to be our main focus here today, is to clean up the texture a little bit. We will make some more modifications to the model itself to move this area. I want to make this area bigger, as I was saying. Put it over here, and we'll make this transparent area for where the doors are at currently a little bit smaller. So that way we have more room, I guess, as far as to put a bigger. Because right now, it's come to my conclusion, this is very degraded as far as the quality of the ceiling. And even though we're going to tuck that up a little bit further towards the peak, I feel it can be a little bit more. You can gain a little bit more detail out of it if we make that image a little bit bigger on the texture. So, other things that I would like to pay favor to is to add the trim to the corners of the building. We do have some picture references. That's what I missed. I know I missed something. I do have some picture references. I'm just gonna remember where I put them. I don't need all these guys. These are from our previous. That's from last week. Didn't do a lot of cleanup from last week, so we'll do that. This is the piece that I have as a base for the ceiling on the interior. It's not what I needed though. I need. Where do I have that? Give me another second. I'm gonna find where I got our picture references for. Leave it right in here. Yes. So here's our picture references for our turn 1 pavilion. So just to give you an idea, so these corner white pieces, the corner trim, we want to be able to apply that to the texture. So the fact that those areas are already mapped, pretty much, we can look at our wire. you can better determine as far as where that white corner is going to land. Now, I'm not going to do that until I move some of this around. I may need to decrease, I guess it's how much space this is using, I don't know. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping by just putting, making this area smaller for the transit area, a little bit smaller, that should be enough. I should be able to not touch these two gable ends. That's my hope, at least, anyway. Also, we got Torch trying to give the... You missed the exclamation point. So, yeah, for anybody that would like to give the bot a drink or a drink for yourself, wherever you happen to be drinking, feel free to use exclamation point drink. And that can be any drink. I know it depicts it as a mug of beer. It can be whatever you happen to like to drink. If I had some more emotes, I applied it as something different, I guess, as far as, but there you have it. That's just a global, it's a Twitch global emote, so it just makes it a little bit easier. Okay. So, I'm trying to think of where I want to start with this. I think the first thing I will attempt to do here, so this is our entire model uncollapsed. So we have, as most of you that's been following the progress of this, we have one scene that has the two pieces as far as the exterior and the interior separated and collapsed. And I know it sounds like it sounds kind of like derogatory there, but it's like the fact that we have an interior and an exterior, and we keep those two pieces separate, and the way we're combining that together based on how our script is designed, that's how that works. So right now, all of these pieces that are in this scene are all separated out until we go back into that collapsed deal there. I'm pretty sure you're gonna have Texas done by this weekend. So yeah, that was gonna be my next question there, Torch, whether or not you have been working on it. Understanding, I guess, as far as it's been pretty nice weather, so you probably haven't been doing all that much work on it, and that's totally understandable. I'm gonna turn this guy off. I had edge faces on just to kind of understand where all the edges were at. I am gonna turn off this hide and ground plane. Let's see. We do have some pieces in here that we don't really need to have in here. But what I want to focus on for now is on this interior. So that's going to be on building 2, which is this interior. And we're going to hide everything else and just focus on that interior. Select all, this one open, hide everything else, and focus just on this deal right here. So what I'll probably need to do is separate this ceiling so that we can raise that up a little bit. So what I was thinking is I want to raise the ceiling up to this level. We got this little scab piece, I guess, as far as that is the back side of our pavilion. I want to raise it up to that level. So we can easily do that by detaching that, putting the pivot and bringing that up to this level on the Z, this vertex on that little piece right there. So the fact that we can't really do much more for that, we could probably squish that down if we wanted to, but it would kind of degrade some of the spacing and such, I guess, as far as the deformation, I guess, as far as these ribs on here. So I just figured just leave it alone. We can use that to our advantage, though, as far as to bring our ceiling up to that. Now, this is just the interior. Keep in mind with that. So if I render this really quick, you can see the only thing that renders is this part on the underside of where the ceiling's at. So if I render this really quick, kind of see what's going on with that. So that's all that is just the interior of our building. And that's a separate model, separate mesh that's in our pass file that we eventually export. So from this side, this is going to be all invisible or hollow, if you will. You can see these walls are on the inside. So as we render it around like this right here, we'll see the walls for the interior. And that's the way we expect it to be. Alright, so without further ado, let's try. Should be already in an editable poly. We want to select this here for the ceiling, attach it. We'll just leave it as object 1. That's fine for now. Is that inner roof image lower pixel density compared to the rest? Yeah, the only reason, Gargoyle, that this is kind of pixelated, kind of degraded, is the way I've got this on the texture. So the fact that I've squatted it down so far, you can kind of get an idea. This green line here represents the wireframe for where that the wireframe of our model, where that is mapped to our texture. And that was what I was mentioning as far as like if we make this this piece of the texture bigger and put it in this area. So I'm going to end up moving this, which is our transed area for our doors when the doors are open. I'm going to move that and make it smaller because we don't really need it this big. As far as, again, this is a wireframe for our door. This is for it's closed, and this is for it's open. So we don't need it that big as far as for our trans open door. So we're going to make this smaller, and that gives us more room to be able to put, I don't know, open up that texture here. So this is the base texture that I was using for our ceiling. Racer James, this is from another build of an object that we were able to reuse as far as reuse for this project, for this object. So what I want to be able to do is maintain as much of this original size as possible. So our initial attempt, so this is actual size, and this is actual size. So you can see how much I had to actually squish that down. And by doing that and applying those polys for our model to that, it kind of degraded all that looks on the model itself. This is why I want to freshen that up by making that area bigger so that we don't lose, it doesn't degrade as much. So let's, let me render this again. This is what it looks like rendered in Max, is our modeling program. We can also see really how it looks here in our sandbox, which is pretty much in its own element. This is within the track itself that we're trying to apply it to. You can see how it looks from in here as well as in the game, in the sim itself. You can see how very fuzzy it is, and I feel we can kind of clean this up a little bit by increasing the area that we're using, I guess, to use on the texture as far as the UV unwrap to it. I know there's a lot of technical terms that I'm probably going to throw out there. You're going to be like totally lost. So if there at any point what I try to explain is unclear, just let me know and I'll try to clear it up for you. That is why we do these streams on Saturday, is to teach people, I guess, as far as what goes into creating these objects. So pretty much everything that you're seeing in this track, about probably more than 90% of the items that are in this track, is all scratch built. So between the geometry, these safer walls, as far as the foam to it, these walls here in the interior, the light poles, which is from another build, another track build, kind of repurpose those. Racer James has done this grandstand. He's still working on that. It's not 100% finished, but you can get an idea of, even with it being still a WIP, it's still pretty fantastic. And then what we usually do once we get all these new items put into the track was we test it out to actually see how the track is responding frame rate wise and so on in the sim itself. So right now this is in a staging area, I guess, as far as to get everything that we would like to have in the track staged so that we save that, put it into the sim, and actually test it out. But we don't actually race in this, when I'm panning around in here, we actually put it into NASCAR Racing 2003 simulation. And yes, I did say that right. 2003. It's a better part of a 19-year-old sim. And yeah, we're still adding new content to it. We're kind of teaching this old dog some new tricks. Let's see, you PM me a pic of the trommel. Gold. If gold goes over 3K, I might grab some family and at the North Saskatchewan and Red Deer Rivers. Nice. That sounds like a trip. So are you only going to wait for gold, I guess, to get to 3K? I guess to do that. Why not do that right now? Right. Yeah. So again, if I do 10 for anybody that happens to be in the chat, not trying to single anybody out. That's not what this is all about. It's all about overall knowledge. So like, even if you don't get into doing this types of things yourself, if nothing else, it's kind of like an awareness thing, as far as like a lot of these things that you play in these games, you tend to take for granted a lot. As far as like, somebody had to create that, and it took time to do that. So that's kind of like what we have fun in here doing with Enter 2003. The fact that it's Enter 2003 in its own right is pretty much considered abandonware. But it is still out there and it's freely available. In fact, we do have a full installation of the game available at the Spline Design Studios website. So if you did feel so inclined to want to grab yourself a free copy of that with no strings attached, it's over there. And it's got instructions, I guess, as far as how to install it and also to install these new pieces of content that we create on stream, I guess, as far as add those types of things to it on top of what it already comes with. So yeah, I'll take a look at that PM there. Let me I did get a bing on my phone. Let's see what we got here. Whoa, let's see what we got here. So you got the trommel here. I gotta check this out. Oh my goodness, that's much different than I was thinking. That is much different than what I was thinking. Holy mackerel. That almost reminds me of like a potato washer. We've got something similar like that we use here for washing potatoes. So when you want to do can your own potatoes, as far as to do that, that almost looks similar to that. That's pretty interesting though. So like you said, as far as when gold gets up to, I see. Okay, now I see the connection. As far as when gold up in that region gets to that, you'll be taking that with you. Yep. That definitely makes more sense. I guess when I was thinking trommel, maybe I'm saying that wrong, I was thinking totally something else. Totally something else. Yep, so making sure everybody is aware that we are out here. Yep. Tweets out. The Discord messages. Oh, it's cool. Awesome. And I know, and I'm totally taking into account the fact that plenty of people are probably outdoors. Because of the nice weather, and that's totally understandable. Being disabled cannot do all the hard work anymore. 3K per ounce is a good motivation. Yeah. Usually pull 89 grams per weekend panning. So with a trommel, I would expect 100 times. Oh yeah, yeah, I could see with the way that's designed. By the time you chemically refine, 999 gold should be around $400-$700 per. Damn. So you actually are doing that actively at you know, that's an active thing I guess you're doing, I guess, as far as they have that where you're at, as far as to be able to pan gold. That's crazy. We don't have nothing like that around here. That's for sure. That's for sure. But the fact that it's up there in, what did you mention, Saskatchewan? That's kind of some rough territory too, isn't it not? That's what I think about. What I do know about that area, I guess, as far as it's pretty rough terrain. But yeah, I'll kind of reiterate, I guess, as far as what Racer James said. We all enjoy racing. We work on this for fun. At this point, it's a labor of love. So that's kind of what I like to do myself. Is I can probably speak for Racer James too, maybe Ian as well as Torch or anybody that does these things. It's more than just enjoying the game that we play, but to be able to create the content for it. So it's like, you know, all the old cliche tend to seem to go. It's like, if you want it built and you want it built right, do it yourself. That's kind of the philosophy we follow, I guess, as far as with this. Because all the tools and so on that's out there, there's no reason why you can't do it yourself. It does take a lot of time though. So like, and Racer James can fill me in on this. I think with what you see right here, as far as what I'm panning out and showing on screen, this has only taken what, maybe the better part of a couple months. I think you started this in February, so maybe a little bit longer than a couple months. Yeah, and it's still being worked on even as we speak. So even with what I'm putting together, I guess, as far as for this track, what Racer James has done as far as way more on top of that. So it's more or less being considered, it's Racer James's build. We're just kind of collaborating in on this. So a couple of things that we did contribute, that's the word I was looking for, to this build is the Turn 1 Pavilion, that red building over there in Turn 1, where I'm facing there, and also the storage facility that's behind the tree line. So these are a little bit more low grade. They're not quite as detailed, and for good reason, because you're not going to see them as much, but we know they're there. as far as in reality. So the fact that you can still witness these through the tree line, but the fact that you don't see them as much and they're not interactable. So there's really no interaction, I guess, as far as from the track. It's just more of a visibility type of issue there. Now, you take it a little bit different approach, and I've gotten some inspiration from what Racer James has done already with the grandstand to add a little bit more detail but not go super nuts on this Turn 1 pavilion. Plus the fact that we've got so many picture references like this one that give us all the detail that we can potentially want to apply to it. It's just, again, just wanting to be a little bit careful not to go nuts with the amount of detail to it. You want to add enough to it, but not so much where it's going to add too much poly weight to the overall build of the track and make it unusable. So that's the approach that we do as we progress on this. So we got a lot of different angles for this Turn 1 pavilion. This is a nice money shot. There was a lot of information previously that we did not know, I guess, as far as how long this overhang was, and we came to the conclusion the way this pavilion is built, it's very custom to the fact that the one eave as opposed to the track side and the back side are different and also offset from on the gable end. So by offset, as far as the height of that eave is different on the back to the front side of it. We didn't have all that information up until as of last couple of streams, and this one here you can kind of see it. The fact that this eave is shorter and also taller than it is on this side, so it makes a really lopsided type of truss as far as the build of it. So it's totally custom, even from the IRL build point, I guess, as far as at the facility itself. So we've taken a lot of that same concept that they applied customization to this building to our own building that we're doing virtually, and I think it's turned out pretty darn well. See, that's a good timeline for a group made adventure. 1 year to the official. Oh, so you speaking in terms? Yeah, I expect it to take right around a year. Script, yeah. So, and again, Racer James can feel free to elaborate too. I think you've pointed out, I guess, as far as this is kind of like just to have fun type of thing. We're adding a lot of actuality as well as some fictionality to it. So the fact that, for example, these light poles that are in here, these are from a previous track build. I believe it was North Wilkesboro. That already has the light emitting properties to it. Not this particular one, but they can be easily swapped out for light emitting light poles. These right here are just static. They don't do anything other than just create a visual. But there is another version of this one in the same orientation of it that has a light emitting property to it. So if you wanted to apply it to a night track, you'll be able to swap this object out and everything would still already be in place. So that's what's kind of nice about the way you build it, is from the one object level and being able to swap it out like that without a lot of more extensive work to it. So this is the freedom that we have when we build it from scratch, as far as like how we design these objects to make it's like, okay, what if I wanted to do this? You know, by individualizing each piece, like the grandstand, the light poles, even this Turn 1 pavilion that I'm working on, we have the freedom of being able to make it look different from a previous build, for example. So it repurposes it in that fashion. And that's what's kind of the beauty, I guess, of being able to do it from the level that we do it. But yeah, this track so far, it's not only very eye appealing, you know, from an aesthetic level, but it's also pretty damn fun to drive. I always look forward to, I guess, as far as being able to get into the sim and actually be able to race, and that's what we try to shoot for, I guess, as far as before the end of stream. Be able to test everything out and do a few laps on the track. We usually just do some short segment, you know, not a full race thing, but you know, to test out the AI and see how everything that we've done to add the new content to it, how it's working, making sure nothing gets broken or anything like that. So that's what we're in the process of doing right now, as far as just to kind of tweak on what we've already got here and make it look a little bit better. That's the freedom we have here. So one of the things that we did last week, for those that weren't tuned in, is we added these weather vanes. Now I don't know from the picture references that we have what is actually on those weather vanes. I just kind of guesstimated. So as far as what is depicted on these pictures, on these weather vanes here, I don't know if it's a bird, like an eagle, or whatever the case may be. I'm not 100% sure. We just know that there are weather vanes on these little pinnacles. So I took the initiative last week to actually apply that to our model, and you can see that applied right here. This is where we have that textured, and that uses transparency, and you can see that how that transparency works. So anything that's in the magenta that we've assigned as that transparent color, you're not going to see that transparent color. So from a distance, that's really what is the most critical piece here. I might even at some point clean this up a little bit so it's not quite as rough around the edges. But for the most part, it works. It's at least a placeholder, if nothing else, I guess, as far as for how much we can improve on it. Just like we're going to do with the ceiling. So, yeah, getting right back into that. And I have no problem at all, I guess, as far as stepping back for a little bit and actually explaining, I guess, as far as what's been done here. So don't feel unprivileged or anything like that to ask. At some point, yeah, we do tend to go off on a tangent, but if it helps explain what we're doing here, that's why we do these things here on Saturday. First Spline Design Studios Saturday. And that goes for anybody that might be hanging out with us in here in chat. But yeah, having some type of timeline, like you both have pointed out, you know, if it goes over that 1 year, I think for Torch's build of the Texas Motor Speedway that we've covered here at some points, obviously Torch has got some IRL things that he wants to tend to prior to get to that. That's another beauty of this. We can work on these things when we have time. There's really no time crunch, you know, to get it out there right now, right? Like it has to be out there yesterday. We have the freedom of being able to take our time with it, work on it when it's feasible for us, for any of us, and then go from there. That, from our minds anyway, it creates more quality over quantity than anything else. There's no rush, I guess, to get these things out here. We have the freedom of taking our time to do these things. You notice how tons of devs are adding a stroke around images to make it look more detailed. Only issue that I see is any overlaying objects will be double stroke. Unless you're meaning as far as like to put, I think I know what you might be referring to there, Gargoyle, is, so for example, in our texture, let's see if I can do this here. Second. Whoop, that's not what I wanted. And if at any time, or if the audios are a little too loud for anybody, definitely let me know. I know I do have them pretty well cranked in my my earbuds here, but if at any point if the background music or anything like that is either too loud or not loud enough, definitely let me know. And I'll adjust those accordingly. Audio's good, I appreciate it. Alright, so as far as this stroking that you mentioned there, so there is such a thing as using a transparent image type of texture. So we try to stay away from doing that with our builds here, if we can get away with it at least anyway. So the way this is designed, it's just one transparent color. Now just to add a little bit more clarity to what I'm saying here, I'm going to open this up, this texture. So right now this is just a raw layered texture, so it's not compressed together or anything like that. So the texture that we're actually applying to the model right here is, let's see if I can bring this up here. That would be this texture right here. We're going to open this up in our little texture utility called Limit 2. And this is pretty prevalent to NASCAR Racing 2003, as well as some other older simulations, racing simulations. But I'm going to open up our texture that we're using in the form of a MIP file, which is a multi-image print file. Just for clarity, I need to, I know where to put that. So that's right in here. And that's our Texas build that Torch is working on, which is getting finalized. So here's our texture that we've got compiled So this is the 100% texture that we're using for our model in the simulation itself. So all this uses is just one transparent color, and obviously the wire is not in here. I've got the wire frame, which is our model. All these green lines represent our model itself, as far as the actual model. We don't need that in the texture itself. That's why that's not present. But you can get an idea of where everything is mapped to, I guess, as far as even without the wire. So in this area, this is what I want to get shrunk down, because we don't need this big of a transparent area for this model at this point. And this is where I want to create more space to be able to put this ceiling into a bigger area and not squash it down so much. But the main thing here is the fact that this is only using one color to determine where the transparency is at, and that starts from the model level. So from here, and especially in this piece right here, once we compile this all together, we want these to be empty on the exterior, right? So what we do, I guess, as far as to, let me see if I can show this in here. If I bring up the material editor, I'm going to try and see if I can explain this well enough. So right now, I don't think I got the TGA applied. I do not. So right now, all I've got is just the bitmap in this one here. But if I go ahead and apply the TGA, which has the alpha channel, this is what's critical to allow transparency onto a model, at least for Enter 2003, as well as some other simulations as well, but particularly in this case. So right now I've got the bitmap. That a bitmap doesn't allow for applying transparency, hence it's opaque. It's an opaque color. If I apply the TGA to this, which is this texture, and that's what's totally represented in here, okay? If we apply this to our model here, and it doesn't matter which one at this point, in this version of Max that I'm working in, it doesn't matter if we have it in there. What is going to become critical is when I export that out as a pass file, which is the file structure that we need to create our 3DO to put it into the simulation. So there's a little bit of a step process there. And it's at any one of those steps there, if you don't apply a texture that has alpha channel to it, then it's not going to have alpha channel to be able to control based on that one color that we have in our texture to be able to do that. So with this TGA in here, so it's basically the same texture as the bitmap, only as a TGA that has that alpha channel to define that color. Now I have the option for image alpha. This is what's going to allow that transparency, that alpha channel onto the model. So once we get everything mapped, anything model-wise that we actually UV unwrap to that area of the texture that we define as transparency, it's going to be nothing there. It's going to be masked out. But so it starts off from the model level itself, goes into the texture, having that alpha channel, UV map that, I guess, as far as properly, I guess, as far as what areas you want to have transparency, and then that's where you get that clear. So the other way to go about this, instead of using the one color, and that's probably what you were alluding to there, Gaming Gargoyle, is the stroking that they put to it is what's called a transparent image. So it's basically a copy of the parent image, which is what this would be, and then having a separate image of the same size that actually defines the masked areas. So just to demonstrate how that would work, let me turn the wire off. I'm going to take, well, I can do it actually in another layer here. So basically taking the same size texture, the same proportions, in a power of 2, I'm going to add a new layer to above all of this, like so. I'm going to flood this in with a true black, 000. This starts what would be considered a transparent image, right? Now from here, now that I got this in a separate layer, I can actually define, this is one way to do it at least anyway, which areas that I want to potentially be masked out as far as to have transparency to it. So let me just grab an area here, like so. So let's say, for example, I want this to be my trans area. I know it's kind of exaggerated a little bit, but let's say I want this area to be considered my my transit area. Anything that's in white is what's going to be considered still visible. Anything else that's black, hold on, maybe I got this backwards. I think I'm getting ahead of myself. So anything that is white is actually going to show. So as far as from the parent image, anything that's black is going to be blacked out as far as to be masked. So considered like if you're taping something off that you don't want it to show. So anything in this case here, so I might have this flip-flop, I guess, as far as that. But let's just humor this, I guess, for just a second. This is where this stroked effect, I guess, as far as it comes from. You get that kind of like that soft edge. This is what we don't like a lot, because it gives us what we consider like a magenta bleed, for example. So we want to fill this in with a pure white, as far as all white. That's what I'm selecting here. So what that's going to do, the way I've got this design, anything that's in this white area, it's going to show from the parent image. Anything that's black is not going to show. So this is another, but what happens when you do it this way is what we've come to find, and we try to stay away from it. One of two things happens. Number one, it makes your texture twice as big because you've got two textures instead of just one parent image. So you got that, but also a lot of times, depending on which area it is that you're trying to create that transparency, it creates a fuzzy edge to the point where you're going to have what we consider to be a magenta bleed, which is going to mean the color is going to kind of bleed out. It's not going to be a nice smooth edge. So we try to stay away from doing that as much. So I don't have that applied to a lot of the objects that we have here, and Racer James could maybe fill us in, I guess, as far as what might be in this track that might have a TI, maybe to clarify. But I think for the most part, most of the objects that we've done, we've tried to stay away from using a TI. Anyway, same as alpha channel in the recording world. Yeah, I guess you could say that. That's probably a fair mention. Hey, how we doing there, Tough SOB? What is going on? So you don't have anything so far for TI, and that's totally fine. Was wondering why it isn't used a lot. Yeah, and that's why. That's probably the best explanation, as simple as I can put it, as to why it doesn't get used as much, is because of that. I'm trying to think if I've got something that has. You know what? There is something in here. There's something that I do think of. Let me see here. This flag that's in here, this is the shared flag. And by shared, it's something that's shared with all other papyrus tracks. I think this has TI in it. So this might be a pretty good example. So see how the edges on this one are very fuzzy? It doesn't look very good, from our opinions. And this is old technology. This is going all the way back to when Enter 2003 came out, right? So if we look at the texture for this, let's humor this for a second. Let me go back this way. I already got that up. Cool. Let me go back this way to our track edit folder. These are all shared items, and these are items that a lot of the default papyrus tracks that come with Enter 2003, they share them across the board. So it's a lot of infield objects and things like that nature, to include this flag. Let me go ahead and do this. So these flags that are in here use many textures to create the frames for these. And this should be a pretty good example, I think, of how a TI works. So you can see, for example, how this is. This is a TI. See how fuzzy it makes it in comparison to using one color and making it a little bit more pixelized, if you will. And that's why we get that kind of rough edge with our weather vane on here. We're only using that one color, right? But it eliminates making the texture too big, too texture heavy, by having the TI to it. So, yeah, let's take a look at this one here. So the textures that used by this flag, that has kind of the fuzzy edges on it, which is in the use of a TI. We're gonna open one of these here with WinMit 2. Let's try this out. Let me navigate to our track folder. Yeah, so this is very educational to kind of understand. For anybody that doesn't know, right? If anything, this is what we try to convey, I guess, as far as on the stream. A lot of people don't know. So from our own experience and what we've educated ourselves on, we come to understand why these things are the way they are, and what we can do, I guess, as far as to correct that. You're just relaxing there, SOB? That's good. Yeah, shared stuff. Yeah, shared stuff would definitely have some examples in here. So that's what I'm gonna navigate to. So what I need is, I cleaned up my desktop a little bit. It's still a little bit messy, but it's a little bit better. Where's your folder, James? Here's James, right over here. We're going to go to that edit folder, which is here, shared. And let's take a look at some of these flag textures. And I think that overall, I think it's got like 100, but it's for every frame. We got a much better way, I guess, as far as to depict. And one of these streams, I'm going to actually go over that. Torch was actually really super duper vigilant in being able to find some old information on how to construct an animated flag, and we do have it applied to his Texas build. So at some point I want to really go in more detail, I guess, as far as how to set one of those up. That'll be it for another stream. Let me open up. So all these are labeled, I guess, as far as a different speed. So this one's for fast. There's a medium and there's a slow. I think what I want to do is open up one of the fast ones. Let's try this one. Yeah, this is a perfect example using a TI. So what you have is this is your parent image, and then this is your TI. So anything that's white or next to white is going to be visible, and the rest of it is going to be masked. And that's what you see on our model right here. So right now this is in the rest of the state. So this is not the exact texture that it's showing right now, but you get the idea. All these textures will have a TI to it, which is that stroke kind of look to it. And it gives it that fuzzy edge in a lot of cases when you do that. We try to stay away from doing that. So not only, now this is a relatively small texture, but anything in multiplicity. So the fact that this one model has the better part of 100 textures to it. Let's go back to this. So you can see, let me highlight as many of these as I can. So all these that are marked as flag, whatever, those are all textures for that one model. So just for an example, so all these textures have TI. So anything in multiplicity, when you're adding TI to any multitude of textures, to include any of them that might be in your track, you're adding more texture weight to it. And not only that, it's kind of adding this fuzzy effect, I guess, as far as the edge. And a lot of times that might not be what you're looking for. You want something that's a little bit cleaner and not quite so fuzzy. Now, it's not very noticeable on this model. And this is going, you know, we're kind of making some comparison at this point. The way the developers for NASCAR Racing 2003 did, you know, the technology that was available, this was a turning point. This was like huge to be able to do such a texture. So when it's in motion, you don't notice it as much. It's only when it's in, you know, static like it is right now that you notice it more. So that was what it was, kind of trick of the eye, if you will. Back then when they try to do things, you know, when you had something that was dynamic and it had motion to it, that type of a texture applied to it, it didn't matter. But the fact that we know better now. So at some point here, I might try and show, I guess, as far as the difference between the way this flag works and the way our newly modeled flag that we've applied to Texas actually turns out. It's much cleaner. Much cleaner. It uses several different meshes within one model and only one texture for a flag. And no transparency or TI to it. So it's reduced not only the model weight, but also the texture weight. It's just one model. So, yeah, that was pretty cool, I guess, as far as to be able to go over that to help explain, I guess, a little bit how that kind of stuff worked. So if that was a little over the head, if it was kind of a swoosh over your head, totally understandable. I know it was a lot to take in, but I think it's pretty fun every once in a while. I guess to go back and look and see, like, why are we doing what we're doing? You know, is there a reason, I guess, behind the way we apply something the way we do? And there is. What we've come to find is if we can stay away from using a transparent image on any given thing that does require it, we try to. Not only to reduce the texture weight, but also the model weight. So, alrighty then. And again, if at any point, if there wasn't as much clarity as you were hoping for, and that goes for anybody that's in the chat, feel free to ask. That's why we do these streams on Saturdays. It's not only for our benefit, it's for anybody else that cares to want to know. And if you care to want to know further explanation of it, that's why we're doing this. So we already separated this out. This is the piece that we want to be able to raise to this level. So this little piece here that we got on the one side of our interior, we want to raise that up to that level. So I got this separated out. And I think what I'm going to do, what I can do we've already got the center. Let me go ahead and do effect, pivot, and center that. There we go. And I do that just to ensure that it's true center of that one piece that I got attached. Now what I can do, let's try it on this one too. So go effect, pivot, center that. Good deal. And I do this to ensure that when I move this to this vert level, they're both a 1-to-1 to each other as far as ratio, right? All right, so when we go back to this, I need to get this vertex location for that one right here. And I can get either this one or that one. We'll go to vertex level. I want to go here. And on this Z, I want to copy this value. So what we're trying to do at this point here is just move this, this plane here that represents our ceiling up to this level. So by copying that value for this vertex, I'll go back to this model. And now that we've got this zeroed out here, I can apply that value that we just copied to that. Go like that. So now it's now at that level that we copied from our... Now it's going to have a little bit of a gap in here, and that's something I want to take into consideration as to what I need to do for our interior. So we don't want this hole to be in our finished model. So I might need to extend that up to make sure I fill that in. Okay. So from the exterior, it won't matter so much, you know, as far as when the doors are closed on this model, but definitely when the doors are up, you're definitely going to be able to see that gap. We don't want that. So if nothing else, what we'll have to do is raise these other, the gable ends and also this other side to that same level. And we can do that. Let me go ahead and hide this. Hide that, get that out of the way for now. You understood every word, but then again, I have experience in the management role of gaming, right? Never a programmer. Yeah, that's totally understandable. We're none of us are either. We've never been like, we've kind of educated ourselves, I guess, as far as to understand how these different pieces work and how you can make it better, more optimized. And from what we find, even from what Enter 2003, you know, the Papyrus development team did back in 2003, there was a lot of things that could have been done better, right? Even back then, with what we know up to this point, we've got a better. And Racer James could probably know better than I do. We've probably got pretty close, I guess, as long as Enter 2003 has been out. Maybe a little bit less, but pretty close. I guess it's the same amount of time that Enter 2003 has been out as far as all that knowledge. Because almost immediately, I guess, as far as within a couple years or so that was released, it's like, oh man, we could do so much better than that. It's like, how do we do that? And because all these tools are available out there to modify such a simulation, even before it became abandonware, as it's considered now, we just, you know, you just grow a love for doing it. You know, the fact that all the tools are there, it more or less comes down to motivation and ambition to be able to do it. I guess is that. And there's plenty of people that we've come to find that have the ambition to want to do it. And that's another reason why that kind of drives us to continue to do it. And regardless if we had it or not, we still have a love for doing it anyway, so we'll probably still keep doing it. Started with simple mods like jump tracks, move. Right, I think we all kind of did there. Similar type of things, yeah. Stupid things really taught me how to file. Right, I think a lot of us did that. I think a lot of us can say the same thing. And we know so much more, even so much more now than we did back then. And it's just like, coulda, shoulda, woulda. You know, if they should have done that or could have done that, it's like we try to apply it. So like, with that said, the fact that they never did, you know, because that technology wasn't out yet, as far as being able to apply 3D foam, what is considered to be called, the safer barrier to a lot. Now, keeping in mind, this track doesn't have it in reality, but the fact that this is the fictional aspect, I guess, as far as to the build of this track that Racer James is taking the initiative to, being able to apply this in both a geometric and model standpoint, that's something that the Papyrus would have never considered. We're just starting to see iRacing within the last couple of years take this approach, I guess, as far as to add more dynamic to safer barrier, as well as other objects and their simulation. And to kind of reiterate too, iRacing stems from the original Papyrus team for Enter 2003. A lot of the dynamics to iRacing stems from the likes of Enter 2003, which was the last rendition for Papyrus. So that's something else that gets to put out there. So the fact that they didn't even initially, iRacing didn't initially, at least anyway, up until the last couple of years, start applying a much more detailed and in-depth appearance, I guess, and aesthetic to Safer Barrier. Something as simple as that. Now, with all that said, you can see how much Racer James has applied here. So both of these walls here that represent the Safer, the steel tubing, and the concrete wall, those are geometric. Everything in between of it is more or less modeled. And then you have the AO baking, the ambient occlusion applied to that to add the shadowing. Now, Racer James has kind of put it out there, I guess, as far as to say it might be a little bit extreme as far as the level of shadowing to this. I don't think so. I beg to differ. I think it looks freaking phenomenal. I mean, it almost looks like you wouldn't even be able to tell if I hadn't said anything that this is both geometric and 3D model. As far as the Safer and all of that we're looking at right now, you would never be able to tell that without if I would never said anything. And that's the beauty of being able to put those two types of pieces together and have them play nice with each other. There's still some tweaking that would be preferred, I guess, as far as how we make the foam, I guess, as far as for our Safer Barrier. Because right now it's a pretty tedious process. So the fact that Racer James has taken this track, which is relatively small, but still takes a pretty good chunk of time to be able to get it as you see it. So consider, I guess, as far as any bigger tracks, like say 1.5 miles or bigger, it's going to take even longer to do something as simple as a 3D Safer Barrier. So that process, as far as applying and creating that 3D Safer all the way around the track, like a lot of the NASCAR tracks have it now, as well as on the inside, you can kind of get an idea of how long it takes, how long it would take. So even with what I've shown here, about the first part of February up until now is what you see here. So it's taken about that amount of time, I guess, as far as to get to this point. So it's not like a click, snap of the finger, and it's done. I mean, in some cases, yes, but it still takes some tweaking, just like we're doing with our Turn 1 Pavilion. We've been able to do this fairly quickly. I've taken a much extended approach to it because there are some things that I might have missed, or in just trying to explain things as far as which direction you can go to actually create these types of things. But for the most part, this thing here could probably be created within a few hours. For the most part, if you were like to start from start to finish without any explanation and understanding this as far as your modeling education, you pretty much even the amateur or novice could probably complete something like this in a few hours. Just a few hours time. The fact that I've taken the better part of a few streams, I guess, to get to this, I'm just trying to show everything that could be or shouldn't be applied to something as simple as this. The fact that this is so much front and center, closer to the track, and you can see it a lot more than a lot of the other items that will be in the background. This is why I'm taking the approach to add a little bit more eye candy to it, but not going too crazy with it to the point where it adds too much poly weight or texture weight. So that's the thing you always have to keep in mind when you're creating these types of things. The Enter 2003 in-game lighting system is very primitive. Yeah, very. So the fact that there's no, I think what you're hitting on there, Racer James, the fact that the Enter 2003 has no built-in shader. It has shadows, right? As far as for the cars and other dynamic vehicles that are on the track, but not for objects, let alone collisions. So there are a lot of things that are pretty primitive, I guess, as far as for something as old as Enter 2003. But we make good. We make good with it, I guess, as far as to try and give it that dynamic that it doesn't necessarily have. That makes sense. So the fact that instead of modeling, we'll go back to the Safer here for a second. Instead of modeling this wall for the exterior, as well as the interior for that matter, and not putting in the collidable property, which is the W section, that creates that collision for that, that's how we find ourselves going, adding the geometric aspect as well as the modeled aspect to give the whole kit and caboodle. Because if you only went just 100% modeled and didn't add any collision, you'd be able to drive right through this wall. That wouldn't be very realistic. So even though you would have the aesthetic, I guess, as far as of the safer barrier, you wouldn't have the added benefit, for example, of the collision to it. This is why we have to do the geometric to have that collision. But the fact that we can do that even at all, I think, is phenomenal. And you can see the results of that. So not only from here, we're not even racing on the track, we can actually interact with such items like this from a geometric end model standpoint, and it all works fantastically, or for one way to put it. So yeah, if I'm going back and forth, I guess, a little too quickly, it's probably for good reason, because I think that's these are some good points, I guess, to make, I guess, as far as what we're doing here. So video is still not freezing. I'm checking out all my stats here to make sure. So we've been having some problems on Saturdays in particular with video freeze, I guess, on the channel. So if you find me mentioning that, I guess, as far as on occasion, there's good reason for it. So not only do you folks, I guess, as far as that are watching, are probably paying attention to it, but I'm definitely being very vigilant on it as well. Oh my goodness, look at that bot. That bot, I'm telling you. That's like 3 times you've gotten, you missed the main jackpot, I guess, as far as... That is the main jackpot. So if you can get 3 robots in a row, that's 1,000 units of fluid that you can earn for getting that jackpot. There you go, get it next time. There's also the rigged, you got the rig, so if you're following the channel, you should have the rigged emote as well. That's what I say. You might say next time, I say rigged. Alright, getting back to our model. So what we're going to do, now that I've hidden our ceiling piece, for our interior, I'm going to extend up to make this all the same level, without, hopefully anyway, without distorting or changing the scaling of our ribs that we have on the sides of our building for the interior. Alright, so we're going to try this out. Let's see how this works out for us. So we're going to go grab our model, grab an edge, and I'm only going to, I don't need to change this, right? So I think what I can do, I'm going to make sure I still have this copied, so I want to copy this value. Alright. Make sure I have that copied on my clipboard. Now, I'm going to go back to edge, and I'm going to grab all the edges that we want to move. So I'm just going to select all these edges on the top, like so. And, okay, so these 3 sides are what we want to get to that level that we copied as far as the height of that vertex. So with those edges selected, I'm going to shift drag that out, like so. Alright, now we're going to go to vertex level. And we can see all those vertexes that we just created, these newly created vertexes. I'm going to select all those, like so. Oh, who came in with the follow? Man, what? I don't know why that one's so low. I barely heard that. NASCAR Fanky Bluish? If I'm saying that right, if I'm slaughtering that name, definitely call me out on that. I don't know why that follow alert is so low. You're the OG GG, exactly. Yeah. Just like I'm the OG Rock, right? I was the Rock, I guess, as far as for Dwayne Johnson was. True story. NASCAR fan Kyle Busch. Okay, I said that wrong. I had to look at that again. NASCAR fan Kyle Busch. Welcome into the stream. Hope your Saturday's going well. I don't know why that follow alert is so... I'm still tweaking on that, as I've mentioned, I guess, as far as to get that... and it's still too low. I cranked it up as far as from Friday's stream, but it's still... KB, right? I mean... I mean, we're not trying to shame anybody. Whatever. Yeah, I think some of us in here probably have our differences, I guess, as far as with the likes of Kyle Busch. But yeah, difference between the optimist and the pessimist, right? Yeah, we were talking about. I forget what we were talking about there, but yeah, that's probably a good point there, GG. Yeah, the OG GG, just like I'm the OG Rock. I consider it a name change, I guess, as far as because I get a lot of people, maybe not, might be exaggerating, but I get quite a few people that kind of understand my name. The reference is coming on it from Trailer Park Boys, and that's not even close. Not even close. I was the Rock before either Dwayne Johnson or the Trailer Park Boys. So, yeah, there's some knowledge for y'all. Kyle Busch is your favorite driver? Yeah, we're not going to shame anybody for that. We're not going to shame anybody for that. You like who you like. Alright, so I got all these vertexes selected that I need to move up to that level. I still have that copied to our clipboard, so I should be able to paste that value to these verts that I have selected and move that up to that level. So now we're all at the same... Oh, I missed a couple right here, so there must have been more than one there. It's alright. We'll do this one at a time here. So we can do this one of two ways. We can continue to copy and paste that value to there, or we can snap it. We can vert snap it. I'm going to go ahead, since I've already got still got that on the clipboard, I'll paste that in. Get that all moved up here like so. We had more than one vert there, so obviously I had some vertexes in there that need to weld. I'll do that. Right, meow. So now we got that that level now. So now when we put our ceiling piece back in here, object 1, now it'll be with no gap. Cool. So we are adding a little bit of more poly weight to it, but I don't think that's going to be that significant. It's not going to be that significant. We definitely want to keep that gap filled in, that's for sure. So just for clarity, you want to be you want to be a little bit vigilant, I guess, as far as how much poly weight that you're adding to the model for sure. But if it's necessary and needed, and if you can clean it up, that's the other thing you want to look at from this point. Now the fact that we've got this opening here to be able to clean up some of the polys that are on this one here is probably not going to be as much of an option. We could probably play around with this if we wanted to, but at this point it might distort the way our texture is applied to it. So I've just assumed just to leave it alone. Yeah. And so what I'm mentioning is, as far as the fact that we've got all these different faces like this, and these are all interior, keep in mind. If we wanted to, say, close this up here, we could probably get away with that as far as to bring this whole thing down, but then it's going to... You have to go all the way around the entire model to kind of clean that up there. That's a little bit messy to do that. So, not that you couldn't do it, but I think what it comes down to is, like, is it really necessary to clean those polys up or not? And a lot of these polys that were created in this fashion are because we created these cutouts for openings. For example, not only for texture, but for the model itself. So, the way we're designing this model, this part of it, at least anyway for the interior, we want these to be cut out. Alright? And that's just for clarity. So when we apply the transparency to it, it's really to the outside, the exterior of the model. So that's how we balance it out. If I haven't made that clear already, the fact that we're designing the interior in this fashion to remove the unnecessary polys for the openings, it's the exterior that we're controlling with the transparency to make these openings in the interior model visible, if that makes sense. I'm going to kind of backtrack here just a little bit more again, just to kind of explain this a little bit further. So this is the model with the doors open during race session, right? As it sits right now, without any modifications to the ceiling just yet. Now, if I set this to in testing mode, we have a totally different appearance, I guess, to the interior of this model to remove any unnecessary polys. We're going to put this in testing. This is what the model looks like in testing. Just in case anybody doesn't know. So the doors are closed, right? What we've also done is ensure we don't have any polys on the interior, but you're not going to see any of that. This is how we've balanced out the model to remove unnecessary polys from the model that aren't visible from the outside. And that goes the same probably for this one here that Racer James did. Same idea. There's nothing on the interior of it. All hollow. So I'm inside of this shed. It's all empty on the inside because you don't see those polys. So the only thing we are seeing from this angle are the pinnacles, which are still visible from the outside, and the soffits as far as the eaves. But as far as walls or anything like that, as far as even the doors, we don't have any of that because it's not needed. So like these are the recesses for the door openings that you can see from the outside. Like that. So this is how we've balanced the model. That's what I wanted to show, I guess, as far as from one session to another. How do we control the model? That's why we have the two separate pieces that we're creating for this model. Because it's going to look more detailed as opposed to less detailed, I guess, as far as depending on if the doors are open or closed. And we're controlling how these doors appear with that transparency that I was showing earlier. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this now since I've already explained that. I think one more step that I'll take with this, because this kind of falls into place with the same thing that we were talking here with the applying a transparent image. Let me delete that. Get this back. What I will do is take this guy. So in our WinMip2 utility, we have the option to convert it to a bitmap. All right. What I do want to do is put this to the parent image. So when I spit this out as a bitmap, it'll have two images. It'll have our parent image that has our flag and the TI, which is our masked area. All right. So let's do this for a second. We'll do save as. We'll put it right in the shared folder and leave the name alone. And what this is going to do is create that as a flat bitmap image right here as two images. So you got your TI, which is your masked area, which we try to stay away from if possible, and you have your parent image, which has your flag. So if we were to create this, let me see if I can do this just to humor this. So this texture with both of those images in that texture, it comes to 8.21 kilobytes. Now to most that might be like, well, that's not very big. When you consider anything in multiplicity though, so when you add everything up, I guess as far as the multiplicity for this one model, it's got the better part of 100 textures or so to it. Maybe a little bit less than that, but still a lot of multiple textures to that one model. So when you times that out there, that's a lot of texture weight to your overall track, right? So if I were to create this same texture, I'm going to pull this one. I'm going to make a copy of this. And let's go ahead and put this right here. Just to separate it out. And then I'm going to open this one image without a TI. Right? And we'll spit that out there. It's going to be about half the size of that 8.2 kilobytes. That's roughly what it'll be. Let's go ahead and close this one. So if I open that one that I put in the root of this folder, open this one just by itself, no TI, right? That's just the parent image. Now if I MIP this out, that's the multi-image print file, I guess, as far as that Enter 2003. A lot of other games use it too, but this is prevalent to Enter 2003. I'm not going to change any parameters, so it just has this one parent image, no TI. Okay, so if we save that as a MIP, and again I'm going to put this in the root folder here, put it the same place where that bitmap was, and create our MIP file. Now, if we look at the size of this deal, it only ends up being 11.1 kilobytes. So yeah, let's go back here for a second. What was the size of our other one? I think that was bigger. Actually, that's 8.21. So for some reason, this is actually making it bigger. That's not usually how it works. That's interesting. In most cases, that file would be smaller. So this is something to take into consideration regardless as to what works better. So these are original Pappy files, as we call them. Virus files. So I'm not 100. What do they have it as? Oh, they might have compression to that. Alright, so we're going to hold that off to the side for a second. Let's reopen that original texture. I think I might have missed on that too. This one has compression, the other one does not. Let me look at the parameters to that other original one here for a second. Let's see here. But this is definitely something to take into consideration on how you're creating your textures anyway. So here's the original texture. It has an 11. So this TI has compression. That's what this 11 stands for. So if we were to put no compression to it, which I think is a 6 for a TI, if I remember right, that would make that bigger. So the way they've offset it, even going back as far as when Papyrus did these in 2003, they applied compression to the transparency, to the TI, to make it smaller, as opposed to just making it so just to humor this, I don't want to go even further out. If I apply just a one color transparency to this in the form of a TGA, how big will that file be? So that's the, all right. So just for clarity, this image here has compression to it, or no compression to it, I should say. I think this one here is a 7. I forget which one it is that has no compression. I think it's a 7. I'd have to look back at the types there, I guess, as far as for transparent image. So any image that has a TI to it is different. So for images with no TI, this adds compression. And if we didn't want compression, we could use, say, a 6. All right, let's go ahead and do this real quick. This will definitely make it bigger. So save as. Put that right over top of this guy. Yes. So we had, what was it, 11 kilobytes? That's probably going to be bigger. This would be expected. 65. See how much bigger it makes that file? So this is where compression comes into play. Also, I guess, so this kind of all falls in place, I guess, as far as how you want your texture to look. So like, if you have some level of transparency to it, is it going to behoove you to apply compression to it or not? And how does that make the overall model look in a static sense? And I think that's what we've pointed out, I guess, as far as with our flag object in a static sense. So not using any animation to it, how does that look? To me, I think this looks like crap. So even the fact that this has a TI to it, it creates that fuzzy edge. This also has compression to it. So if you didn't have compression, that's what I want to test here now. If you did have compression to it, or no compression to it, it's going to make that TI much, much bigger than even this one is. So let's do that. I'm going to take, let me see here. Yeah, let's apply no compression. I believe it is a 7. This has no compression to it. Need to save this somewhere that's not, alright, let me back up this guy. Shoot. I don't want to step on, I can go ahead and step up. So we already know, let's take note of this. This one here is 65 kilobytes. That is with no TI, no compression. So the original file was like 11 kilobytes, 11, 12 kilobytes. So that's way bigger as far as with no compression. So that's one example. Now if we create this TI with no compression, we'll compare that. So I'm going to overwrite that one so we know that one's 65. Take note of that. Save as. Save over this one now. So this one is with TI, no compression, and it ends up being 86 kilobytes. So that's even bigger than the one without transparency and no compression. So that's probably what I was going for, I guess, as far as. So yeah, you can definitely try to apply compression to your transparent images, even with using a TI. But again, anything in multiplicity, and as far as the look of it. Now, if we were to take this image here, and this is only one image, if we were to take all those images and create them at this level, not only would that add texture weight, it might make it clearer looking, I guess, as far as from a model level inside of our track, but it's going to add a lot more texture weight to the overall expanse of the track, in its entirety. So going from next to 8 kilobytes up to 86 kilobytes, we're talking over 10 times as big. Maybe even more than that, if I'm doing the math. That's a lot bigger for just one texture. Now, keeping in mind, we still have all those other textures to consider. This is just one texture that goes to that model. If we were to put all the textures to this same level, that'd be huge. That's a lot of space. That's a lot of unnecessary used texture space, as far as texture size goes anyway. Hopefully that does make a little bit of sense. I see this happen a lot because there's a lot of people out there these days, especially because as far as they want to go 4K, they just want everything so detailed. That's not always the best route to go. What you have to take in consideration is overall playability. Who's going to be able to play this? What type of system are they going to need to have? If you want the majority of people to be able to enjoy it, there are ways to be able to optimize it so that's possible, right? So from a creator standpoint, these are the types of things you want to take into consideration. As much detail as you want to put to any one object from the model level or the texture level, it can be somewhat of a detriment to other people being able to enjoy it as much as you do. So hopefully, laughed when 1 month later he was sacked from. Whoa, what did I miss? I missed something here. I know I was rambling on here. Apologize for that. So whoa, why do I have nothing in my that's interesting. I got nothing showing up in my bot as far as chat goes. Okay, that's interesting. Alright, Twitch is being a little bit twitchy, I guess, as far as with that. What did I miss here? So you met Dwayne Johnson when he was a kid, playing for the Calgary Stampeders. I didn't even know that, to be honest. I think that was 95 or 96. He had hair and was hitting on my my girlfriend. No, that sounds like something you do. Laughed 1 month later when he was sacked from the roster. Yeah. Doggo's bugging for a walk. Yeah, I'm 45 minutes late. Yeah, no problem there, Gargoyle. Do what you gotta do. Doggo comes first. Yeah, so, yeah, the fact that I get, you know, I am the OG Rock, so the fact that I've been known as Rock pretty much all my life, the better part of my 40 plus years. So, you know, when I hear references like, I get it, you know, because those people, you know, people like, you know, J Rock, you know, as far as from Trailer Park Boys, he's obviously more popular than I am. I totally get it. Totally get it. Alright, so just making sure the video's not freezing still. That's good. Yeah, so that's a really good trip down memory lane there, just to kind of understand. It was for me, at least anyway. I don't know if it was for most of you, but just to understand why we take the approach that we do with a lot of either from the model level or the texture level, especially when it has transparency or the use of transparency. This is why we try to squish it down as much as possible, but not so much that we lose detail. So this is why I'm going kind of a little bit backwards with the ceiling, trying to reestablish a little bit more clarity in that ceiling, right? Okay. All right, so I think I got caught up with chat there. I think that's funny though, as far as that story with. I get people telling me a lot, you know, as far as like, you know, what's the reference, I guess, of your name? You know, as far as like, is it anything? It's like, yeah, that's my name. And for anybody that knows me IRL, they know where I'm coming from. I am the OG Rock. Oh, Torch was mentioning Carl Edwards. Yeah, Carl. I was kind of sad when Carl decided to retire from NASCAR. He was a good driver, for sure. Yeah, Kyle Busch. He's one to be. He's got an acquired taste, I guess, as far as to him. I'll just put it that way. He's kind of, you know, the fact that he is a former champion, I guess, as far as he's got some different rules, as far as how he carries himself. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still a little bit distraught over the fact that those like Jeff Gordon have gotten out, Tony Stewart's gotten out, hell, even for that matter, Junior got out. Now, granted, for like Junior, they all for one way or one reason or another, they've got out for their own reasons. It wasn't for anything more than probably, you know, a career choice. But it wasn't for anything that was a detriment to them. They, you know, like they had to get out, right? The fact that we've seen even Junior got into an Xfinity race as of recent, it goes to show they still enjoy the sport and they support it in whichever fashions that they do. That's what gives me a little bit of hope, Alyssa, anyway, as far as how that works. So we're going to close all this up here. I hope that was a little bit of clarity, I guess, as far as how textures work, I guess, as far as, especially when they deal with transparency. That was the main takeaway, I guess, as far as what I was trying to explain there. We're going to close some of this out. Don't need that all for now. Close. And yeah, we'll just close. That's just one texture out of all those textures that need to be applied to that flag model. Now, so I think, you know, Papyrus, going back to when they originally created those, they actually did pretty good. You know, looking back at it. So hence the trip down memory lane. you know, they actually took it in consideration. We don't want to make these textures too big. So the fact that they added compression to this TI'd image, because they knew they had as many as they did. There was a lot more restrictions on resources that were available on PCs back then as well. I don't think they did too bad. At this point, though, again, it comes down to what we know now as compared to know then. We can definitely make this a lot nicer looking, and we've done that with such tracks like the Texas build. And at some point here, I'll see if I can squeeze that in here as far as to show that. I do want to do a stream at some point to actually go through how you create an animated flag, be it a U.S. flag or team flag or whatever you want to do. Now that we have all the information back, because I did lose a lot of the information back, you know, as far back as 2008, 2009. We now have a lot of that information back. That's what's pretty cool. You know, the other thing I'm noticing, and I apologize for that, the bottom of my, you know, where the uptime is, it's kind of overlaid there, I guess, as far as by my my event list there. I just noticed that. Well, you can still see that the timer's moving. I'm gonna see if I can adjust that. I just noticed that. That's super bugging me right now. So someone that had followed the channel, I think that was from Friday. Oh no, actually that was just now. So there's obviously not enough room for that. Gotta do a little bit of stream editing in here for a second. Give me a second. That's bugging me. I don't like that. Just gotta find it here for a second. Give me a second. This bottom group. So if you see that adjust, that's just me. Yep, there's my event list. I need to go like that. Yeah, feel free to play some slots, whatever, while you're right now. Oh, did you almost get it? Oh, I missed it by 1 again. Dang it. That bot is being super stingy. Yeah, the fact that that's still working good. Hopefully this doesn't step on it too much. Oh goodness. Oh, it's not gonna let me do it that way. I see. Well, that stinks. Oh, that's okay. Bummer. Okay, so it's not gonna let me size it that way. Bummer. Oh, that sucks. I might have to have a requirement. No people following the channel, I guess, as far as with long names. Let's see here. Oh wow, yeah, it's not gonna let me. Hiya, Kanumba. Yeah, exactly. Crayons. Get the crayons out. Totally appropriate for what I'm doing here right now. What I feel like I'm doing. If I could use an eraser on what's overlaying on that, that's the best I can do with it right there, though, unfortunately. Without completely making it so small, I can't even read it. Alright, then. We'll have to leave it like that. Fortunately. Alright, I can move it over that far. Alright, then. Guess that's the best I can do. Okay. Down. Alright, cool. Alright, well, fortunately, that's the best I can make that. So the fact that it's such a long name, it's kind of bleeding over into that. I guess the fact that it even still works. These are some of the things that I'm still working with as far as stream information. I guess as far as I was originally reading it from what was Streamlabs, using it all locally. So it's all connected with Twitch to get these types of things to show up on the panel there. So, all right, seems to be the best I can do with it though. So I'll have to live with it for now. We all are gonna have to live with it. Just the fact that it's a pretty long name. Okay. The other thing I'm concerned about is why I'm not getting anything in my actual chat bot. That's super weird. And it's obviously loaded because y'all are able to play slots and whatever, but there is no chat showing up at all in my chat bot. That's super strange. Y'all can't see that, but that's just me. Yep, so the sound alerts are working. That good stuff. Sweet. What did you mention there? They can't put. Wait a minute. What did you? I'm trying to. What did you try to say in there? So you said they can't put it in racing and they can't take it out. What was? I don't remember. What were we talking about there, Racer James? I forgot. Obviously, you missed the word racing. They can put racing in ya, and they can't take it out. There you go. I got you now. Yeah, they can definitely put the. They can't put the racing out of us, but they can take it out. Right, and I think that's what we're talking about as far as the those like Jeff Gordon, whatever, that had retired. Right. Almost forgot what we were talking about there for a second. Quote from the three Dale's. Or no, yeah, that's a good movie too. For anybody that hasn't watched it, you probably should. It's a good movie. The fact that his the anniversary of it was February of 2001. That was at Daytona, but his birthday's in April. So he obviously just had his birthday. So I'm surprised they didn't actually air that movie. Now that I think of it, as far as either for his birthday or the anniversary of his death in February. They usually had it on CMT, when I remember. Bunch of music television. Yeah, that's kind of interesting that they didn't actually play that. Okay, so I know we got off on a little bit of tangent here, but I think a lot of it was relevant to what we're doing here. So it kind of re-justifies and re-clarifies, I guess, as far as why we do things in the way we do it. So getting back to it, back to our model here. Yep. All right, cool. All right, so we've got our interior all set to that same level, a little scab piece from up here, and we were talking about whether or not it would be necessary to clean up, I guess, as far as some of the polys on here. Now, as I say that, on this side we probably could. Definitely probably could. We could probably remove this poly from here and actually extend this side up to that level. Not necessarily scab it in like we did. Now this side would be a little bit different story because we do have this cutout here. All right? So that's something that we take in consideration. So we could probably actually do some cleanup on this side as well as here. We don't necessarily need that scab. We could probably just move that up without losing any clarity of our ribs because we're only going in the Z direction. Right? So let's try that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to probably have to, it's going to be a little, I might go ahead and detach that. Let's think of how I want to do this. Because since we're not going to do anything with this gable end, I could probably detach this. Yeah, let me do that. Yeah, I got an idea. Let's do this. We'll go like this. Attach this whole gable. Detach as an object 2. That's fine. I forgot I still have the ceiling as object 1. And then take this. We'll go ahead and pivot. And back pivot only and center that. Cool. There. So that's. I'm going to leave that one off of what we're going to do here. So we detach this from the rest of this that we're going to manipulate here. So we're going to go like this. We're going to go like this. Take these polys out. I'm going to go a little bit backwards here. I think this will work out better to not have this scab piece of poly on here and adding that additional poly weight. Like that. So we'll go like this. I might have to detach this here too, now that I think of it. So all both these sides here that have the cutouts here for the openings, might have to detach all of that. So let's do that. Hold on. Got ahead of myself. So let's go ahead, select all of this side. And the reason why these polys are dark on this side is because these are facing this direction, for the interior. This is all of our interior piece. So we might be able to do this on the exterior too. So we'll have to take the note of this, what we're doing to this interior part of the model. Yep, just for some clarity. All right, so let's go detach. Object 3, that sounds good. We'll select that piece. We'll go effect and center that. All right, so now I've got both of these sides here detached from the rest of our model. That's what I wanted, like this. So the only thing I want is this one here. I'm just gonna work with this side and that side. So from this, select these two polys and delete those. Yeah, I know I'm going backwards. It'll make sense here in a second. Now what I want to do, and this is all on the interior, keep that in mind, still on the interior. I need that vertex again, that coordinate from this piece. Need that vertex coordinate. Just to ensure I have that, I'm gonna get that vertex coordinate, and I want to basically raise all of that what is still left in that inside model to get it to that level. All right, we're gonna copy that Z. And then we'll grab all these verts. And I didn't do any welding, so I might miss some here if I do it this way. We'll have to see. Grab all of these. There's 3 vertices. Right? And then paste that value for the Z. And copy. Like so. Yep, and I did miss one. That's okay. Grab that one. I'll go ahead and weld this once we're all said and done. Get that up there. So now we don't, all we did was stretch that upward. We didn't change the spacing of our ribs on the inside, but we did raise that levels to that where we started off here on the back side. Right? So we removed that unnecessary poly that we had to add a little scab piece from creating off an edge of already existing poly. This will take away some of that poly weight. It's not a whole lot, but it'll clean it up much better since we already have this mess here from the cutouts there. I'm going to leave all that, but it's going to remove these that we didn't necessarily need here. That makes it much cleaner. So this is just from the interior, so we're going to take note of all the exterior doesn't do much the same. So if we can get away with doing that on the exterior, we'll do that too. I don't think we'll need to, only because this is the interior piece, right? So we probably won't need to do that exterior because we want that same amount of header that's above the door, like say for the track side. We probably won't need to do anything to the exterior. We'll bring it out just to see what we can fix. But the only reason why we're dealing with this in the first place is because we did move the ceiling up from where it was based on that original edge, top edge of the walls. So that's the only reason why we've had to deal with it that way. And I think this is going to look much cleaner for the interior. All right. Cute. Let's go ahead and collapse that all down. We got all these pieces in here. So we got our ceiling and our other 2 walls that we separated out. I should be able to get away with, I'm going to do these 2 pieces at a time. So I'm going to go this way, this. Get our hammer, collapse those 2. That looks good. Let's go ahead, effect pivot, center that. Yep, that's good. And I'm going to go ahead and... I've always been getting into the habit of resetting the X form after every time I collapse, instead of just on the very last collapse. It definitely does make a point. We found this out last week. With the way you collapse it down, regardless of the order of it and what have you, if you have too much that you're collapsing at one time, can definitely step on the way the polys will present themselves in the final model. So either it'll flip them, delete them, whatever the case may be. You want to take note of it. So even with these 4 pieces that I had on our model, I could probably gotten away with just crunching them all down at once. I'm being a little bit cautious just to make sure that I don't step on the finished model by just kind of breaking it down. I'll collapse it together in pieces instead of one big chunk, and then also resetting the X form as I do it. Make sure that it's whoops, I didn't do that. My bad. As I said that, set selected. Making sure I get a nice uniform box around what we've collapsed. That's good. Now we can go ahead and collapse the X-form. I'll be confirmed that that's good to go. Now I've got 2 other pieces to get on here. So what's left here, I can just come crash that all down. Yeah. And I could have done another 2 pieces and then another 2 pieces. You know, I could have gone that route too, but I'm just trying to eliminate any potential for the overall model as far as the polys getting flipped or completely removed, I guess, as far as by collapsing too much at one time. That's definitely something that we proved last week that is something that can happen. I'm just taking precautions on that. So we got these 3 objects, get our hammer, collapse selected. Okay. And we'll affect the pivot, center that, and also go ahead and reset the X-form again. Double check that. Doesn't hurt to, maybe considered a little bit extra step to do that. Probably not even necessary. Again, I'm just taking extra precautions just to ensure everything is staying nice and stable and uniform. Okay. So that looks good. We'll go ahead and collapse that down. Now we're back to editable mesh. We'll go ahead and convert this back to editable poly. Now this is our newly modified interior for our model piece, and I think that didn't turn out too bad. We got the ceiling up just a little bit higher, so it's not like immediately level, I guess, as far as with the top part of the door opening. I think that's what it was looking, making it look a little weird. It's going to be tucked up a little bit further up into the roof in this version. I think that'll look better. Now what we want to do, while we've got this still open, we're going to do a little bit of texture editing. So as I was already mentioning in the first part of stream, I want to move this ceiling over to this area, and also where the doors are for the exterior gets as far as to a different area, or trans. So we're going to basically shrink down this trans area, make it much smaller. So that's what we're going to do. So we got that. I'm going to go ahead. Okay, I do have that cut out. I want to fill this in. Yep, I think I know what I'm doing. Go ahead and grab this color. We're going to fill this background in, like so. And we're going to create a new area, I guess, as far as what we want to have trans. So I think I'm going to keep it all to this one corner. So we already got this area established here for our weather vane. That should be fine. I think what we'll do, I'm going to turn the wire on. I know what I'm working with here. There we go. So what I'm going to do, and I'm in the background layer as far as that layer that I just flooded in. Clarity. I'm going to cut this out. Like so. So this is the only area that I'm going to have for trans. So we'll be able to put this area here for our transed out doors for when the doors are open, right in this area. It doesn't matter what size that is, because it's nothing that's visible. So as far as the wireframe and that, so in that way, we'll gain all this extra space to be able to put our ceiling. It'll be a little bit bigger than what we already have. Whether or not they'll be efficient, we'll check and see that. Alright, so that's what we want for our transed out area. That's looking good. Turn the wire off. We're going to end up moving, and I think that's going to be in the exterior model piece as far as where those trans areas are. So right now that's not going to matter. That's going to be moved. It'll make sense, I guess, as far as once we get done with it anyway. Alright? Okay. So, got the texture. I need to re-UV map this. That's what I want to do next. So with it all collapsed, we're going to go unwrap. Open our UV editor, bring in our texture. So there's where we have it mapped currently. Alright, so we don't have our texture updated. Let's do that. Let's update our texture. That's what I want to do. Yep. Do layers, merge all, flatten. File, save as. Do that as a bitmap. Bitmap. There. And this will update it, I guess, as far as in our max. Back this up here to get our layered template. Cool. And we should be able to update this in here. Why didn't that update? Hold on. Whoop, forgot I had this open. Close that. Oh, you know what? I have the TGA, that's why. I was showing the difference between having the TGA and the material editor as opposed to not, as far as the image alpha. We need to reapply the bitmap, that's why. We could have either one. The more critical time that you need to have that TGA applied with the alpha channel is when you export it to pass. That's the most critical. Not really critical at this, having it here in max 14 at least anyway. So we're going to go back to the bitmap. Now we've got our updated texture. That's the one we want. Cool. We'll end up making a TGA of this once we're done. We're not quite done yet. So it's going to here. That's going to put it back to opaque. We know that's good. Alright, so that now is applied to our model. Now if we go into here, we should be able to update it. Oh, it did put its... Oh, crap. Alright, let me redo this. Still got the TGA. I could probably pick the texture. I'm not going to do it that way. Let me do it this way. We'll do collapse all. We're going to reopen up the UV like this. Now that we got the bitmap applied, it should automatically apply the bitmap. Perfect. It might be a little bit the longer way of going around it. You could probably go the route of picking the texture. I just find it easier for my purposes, I guess, as far as to just reestablish an unwrap. That way it'll have the texture that's currently applied to the model. That's the approach I take. Just to ensure that I know it applied properly to the model within the perspective view, at least anyway. And that bot's being super stingy, isn't it? Can appreciate the persistence on it, though. Okay, so what we want to do with this unwrap, grab our ceiling. Did I grab the right one? No. Grab. There we go. That's the piece we want right there. The fact that it's on out of kilter like that, that's kind of weird. Shouldn't be doing that. But we're going to fix that. Nothing else. So we got that poly for our ceiling selected. Going to here. This is what we got selected. We want to move this guy over to here. And we'll be able to more fine-tune it, I guess, as far as we make some more adjustments to our texture. So that's step one. Now we want to further update our texture. So right now we've got that ceiling in its own layer right here. What I'm going to do, I think originally we did rotate this one. It's our original texture that we used to create that. We need to go image, rotate, go to the left at 90 degrees. No, to the right at 90 degrees. Yeah. Go this way with it. Okay. Now, I'm going to crop this down a little bit. Get rid of those gray areas at the top and bottom. I think we really need those. Go like that. Cool. Now, what I'll do from here, we'll go ahead and turn our ceiling or our wire back on and see where this lands, and so we got an idea of how much room we got. Now, we're not taking into consideration where this right here. We're not worried about that one. That's going to move over to here eventually. So the fact that it even exists in here, we don't want to be concerned by it. So we're going to go copy this into ceiling layer. Oh, we still got this right here. We're going to put it over here, so I don't need to worry about moving that one. Paste as selection. That's a little too big. All right, cool. Go ahead and shrink this down a little bit. Right now we're 386 by 555. Let's go image 555. So we know our image height-wise is 512, right? So we definitely need to go less than that. Yep, so we're going to go, let's try 300. Okay, so you can see already it's still a little too big, but it's still got much more clarity in it, I guess, as far as that comparison to how small this is. I'm just trying to see what we can get around. Now, we already made an adjustment previously to separate these two gable ends because the one has shading on it and the other one don't. We're not using that shading anymore, so we could potentially move this wire for this other gable down so we can gain that much more room for our ceiling. The only reason why we did separate that out in the first place is because we were using that shading that was in our texture. We're not using that layer anymore. So you could probably gain that back, I guess, as far as by moving that down. This is on the exterior, mind you, as far as down that area. Okay, so that's something I'm taking into consideration, I guess, at this point, to move that all down in this corner like we had it originally, so that we can gain that. So we could potentially leave it almost this big, maybe a little bit less wide, and that would give us more clarity for our ceiling piece. We want to have that clarity on that. Sure. That might be another adjustment we'll make. Now that I think of it too, it's not only going to be on the interior, but also the exterior. So both the wires for the interior and exterior are in this area currently. We'll have to make adjustments to both of those then. Okay. Alright. This dawned on me. So let's see, how do I want to do this? I think the approach I'll take, let's see, do I want to create another texture for this the way I have that? No, I think I do, because let's see if we can fit this. Let's size this up to, let's consider moving that back down and getting this ceiling, I guess, as far as to fit right in that spot. That's what I'm going to do. Alright, so we're going to go back and do an image resize, and I'm keeping it proportionate, doing a smart size so that it sizes it in both directions, I guess, as far as width and height, and not just in one direction or the other. This is helping to maintain, I guess, some of the original clarity on it. So let's try 250. No, actually 200. Might not need to go that small. Yeah, that's almost as small as, okay, so you can already see by going that small how much clarity we lose into that. I want to try to not do that and help it. So let's try that 250. That's not too bad. Try this. I'm not disliking that, so let's go copy. Put it over here. Now, if we consider, like I was saying, that this is going to get, these gable ends are going to move down to this corner, that should give us room for that. Especially from side to side here. Yep, I think we're going to go with that. Alright, so we'll keep it at that size. Now we needed to move the mapping, I guess, for the gable end on both the exterior and interior for the model. You need to move that one side that doesn't have the cutouts for, and move that down. Alright, so that's what we'll do on this interior. Let's do that. So on this end, right here. Oh, I'm not even. Not a polygon, you dummy. What is going on? Select the piece. Why are you not selecting? Alright, hold on. Open the UV editor. I don't know why it's not selecting that. Damn thing. Alright, so how did I got that mapped? Oh, I know why. It's probably because from this way. Alright, cool. Wasn't letting me select it from the back side of it. That's kind of weird. But anyway. So this is the piece I want to move. Is right there. So I'm going to move that down to this corner. Right down here. Now, what I should have been careful of, let me you that. I'm going to move it straight down. Because we already had that spacing, I guess, as far as for the ribs. Right? As far as the line, all those line up there. So I think what I'm going to do is just shift drag this straight down like so. Okay, so now we're going to gain all this space on the texture. So I guess what I got in here too is the actual peak there too. Okay. That must be more for the exterior. Okay, so we'll get to that in a second. In any case, we're going to move that all down to this one corner. Okay, so all I did was just move that straight down from where it was. All right. Okay. Once we get the actual ceiling or finished texture in here, I'll know what size to make this for our ceiling. What did we fail on? Oh, torch playing the slots. That's a bummer. You got something on the Scold, though. That's something. You got something on the shot, too. So you got the shot and the Scold, but nothing on the slots. That's not that. I don't want to consider that a fail. Oh, wait a minute. You did shot. Wait, did it not do the shot for you? 43 units. We sent at the exact same time, and the bot was, oh, gotcha. Okay, I see. Yeah, you try you try getting a shot at the same time. Bot's like, hey, hold up here a minute. Gotcha. That's funny. That's funny. Okay. Okay, so we got that roughly where we want it. I moved that over. We don't need to do anything with this end. All right. Alright. I'm gonna get my bearings straight here. So we're only working on the interior so far. We're gonna have to do some adjustments to the exterior as well to move the peak of that side down. So right now, currently, we have that up here. We want to move that all down. That's where that's what we had in the previous before we moved it there. That was only taken into consideration using that shading. To separate those two gable ends out. We're not using that anymore, so we have the benefit of being able to put that back down in that corner. That's actually a positive thing. Okay. I think we're done with what we need to do to the interior for now. Alright, so let's leave that there. We're going to go ahead and collapse this down. Yep, so that's our interior. So let's hide that. Let's bring in our exterior, which is this guy. Alright, now we need to fix on this gable end. Move that entire thing straight down into that corner. That's what we need. Okay. This end we don't really need to do anything with. That's already down in that corner. All that's at. So I don't know if I need to move this down too. We'll have to see. Let's do an unwrap. We need to get into Polygon. Open new editor. Bring in that texture. Okay, stretch that out. Alright, so right now, that peak shouldn't be in that same spot, I don't think. That is going to be over here. So that's fine. We don't need to do anything with that. Okay. Alright, so this one here, select all these pieces. That should be right there. That's what we want to move all the way down in the corner. Yep. Alright, let's take this, get that down. I'm only moving it on the one axis here to make sure we don't shift our spacing for our ribs. So we've already determined there. Alright, now we're going to gain all this space left of the transparent area to put our ceiling in. That's going to be huge benefit, huge benefit. That's what we're trying to do. All right, so that's good there. That's for our exterior. Okay, let's go ahead and collapse that down. Good. Now we'll hide. We won't know how this is going to look until we actually apply. Let me go ahead and get. Yeah, I got ahead of myself there. What I want to do is actually unwrap that again. Go into the UV editor. I'm going to make a new wire of this. Oh, that's what I want to do. So with that all down in that area now. Okay, let's make a new wire. So we want to go to poly level, select all that, and go to tools, UV template. We know our width is 1024 and our height is 512. There we go. Okay. And render that bad boy. So there's that. That's our new wire. Save that as a wire. And we want this as a PNG. So, wire. And we do want to maintain alpha channel to it. Yes. Close that. Alright, let's bring that into our texture so we can update that. Wire. The only thing I need to do is add my alignment blocks. I'll just use that red, that's fine. Just to ensure that it's going to put it exactly where it's supposed to. And bearing in mind, I understand, I guess, as far as with using such programs as CS6 or PaintShop Pro or Photoshop, as long as your image that you're trying to apply is the same size, it'll snap it right in place. The version of PaintShop Pro that I'm using doesn't do that. So this is my way of being able to ensure that it's going to put this image in the exact spot. So when I bring it in as a layer, it's going to put it where it needs to go. Okay, so we're going to do edit copy. Put that above the current wire. Paste that as a layer. That's going to be new. So I'm going to turn this guy off. That's our... With that moved down, that's what I was going for. I'm going to need to get for the roof. Let's see, what can I take out of this? So I need a majority of the roof pieces that's over in here. From this one, yep. Yep, so between here, I'm just seeing what I can still keep from there. Because we didn't change anything there, so I want to remove what we don't need out of this layer. So let's take out, I'm just going to do a little bit of cleanup on the wire this here. So we replace that. Alright, we'll have to do it this lasso. This stayed in the same spot. I'm just cleaning out in the previous wire layer that we had. I'm just cleaning out what we don't need in it anymore. That got cleaned up. Cool. That is still there for now. That is for our transparent doors. That's going to get moved. Leave it there for now. Not going to be there for long. Somebody got a jackpot. Finally, huh? That's one of the low-end ones, but hey, it's jackpot nonetheless. Okay, we can also get rid of this area. Okay, make sure we got it all. So it's obviously because we didn't move anything here, it's going to be half of each other. So that's still there, cool. So the roof. Yep, that'll stay. Cool. Yep, I think it'll work. And this is eventually going to get moved here, but that's fine. So we're good so far, I guess, as far as what we still maintain. Don't need to redo the roof. I do need to redo the interior UV map. That's what I need to do next. Cool. So we got this. We're all good to go on that. Collapse that down. And hide that. Now we'll bring back in the interior. I'll get a wire map of this as it stands for now. Okay. Yeah, so this is going to change with the ceiling, so don't worry about that. Let's do an unwrap. And open that up. This in. Okay, so from the poly level, select all of that. Okay, I was trying to... Okay, I remember now. So the fact that, yeah, both the interior and exterior are going to be mapped in the same area for all that. That's like, why is that there? Yep, that makes sense. Let's do tools. Template. 1024 by 512. Render. Tool beans. Alright, so let's do. So for the most part, we shouldn't really need that. If I bring this layer in here, the only thing I need is over here. Everything else is going to stay the same. The only thing that really changes over here. Alright, so go ahead, save that. Wire 2. And I didn't clean it up from last week, so I have to remember to do that as far as post-fact. Didn't really hurt anything, but, you know. Hate to have unnecessary files in my edit folder, at least, anyway. Okay. That's good. Close that out. Okay. Now, we should be able to bring that into our layer template, wire 2. Again, I'll apply my alignment blocks. Alright, and then we'll do a copy. Bring that into our template. And again, I'll put this at the very top. Like so. See, now we can see where that ceiling is going to be mapped to. That's really about the only thing that changed. Everything else we don't need. More or less just that ceiling. It's over here instead of here. So, we're going to end up changing that, obviously. All we did was just basically, from our model standpoint, we just moved this over to that area. We're going to actually make it bigger. But at least we got an idea of where it's at now. Okay. The other thing I guess I did miss, now that I did that, is from this level, I forgot to move where our trans doors are at. That's actually on the collapsed model. Yeah, that's why. Okay. I had to remember as far as how we did acquire this. So once we collapse everything in our collapse scene, you know, as far as to have just the interior and exterior, with everything else collapsed together, that's where we acquire the mapping for those doors. So we'll have to get that very last. So even though we still have it in here, we can probably just go ahead and remove it because we know it's not going to be there. We're going to move it over here, that transparent area. We'll go ahead and just take it out of this layer. So, yeah, cool. So that's where we're going to be. Our new ceiling is going to be, but it's going to be bigger. So we can get an idea by doing it at this stage anyway. We get an idea of how much room we've got to work with on our texture now. Okay, that's pretty cool. I think we gained quite a bit of space actually. I like it a lot. Okay, now let's see what I want to do here next. So what I want to do next is actually get that area of the texture for this put in that area. Now that was the whole reason of getting that wire into here, so we know exactly where this is going to place. So it'll go roughly right about here. Once we get that into the texture, we'll be able to adjust our wire, I guess, as far as to that properly. Just coming in here and stinking the place up again. It's had to be that Evan. Yeah. Yeah, definitely make sure you use a spray. Don't be leaving it lingering in here. That's for sure. Alright, so we now have a means of being able to know how much space that we have available for us here now. I think that's going to work out much better. See how much bigger this ends up being in comparison to what it originally was. I think that's going to work out better. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll take this, copy that, and put that into ceiling layer like this. I'm going to leave that one right here for now. I'm going to leave it right there. It's not really hurting anything being there. Okay. Selection. Yeah, this is going to look really cool. So it doesn't really matter. I guess if we can put it more to the top here. So this is the only thing that's going to be left unused. I think that's a pretty good maximization of use of our texture, at least anyway. Overspray. Oh wow, yeah. Don't make it too pungent in here. That's for sure. Man, my Twitch chat is being super. I got nothing in my bot chat at all. Nothing. But the fact that it's running, that's super strange. There's absolutely nothing in my bot. Let me see if I can. Can I refresh this? Hold on a second. Nope, I wouldn't even refresh. That's weird. And my chat bot's acting a little weird. Obviously, it's working because you're able to play the slots and all that good stuff. But I got no text, nothing in chat there. I got to rely on the Twitch chat. Need some brewskis? Yeah, so do I. That's for sure. You gotta go easy on them suds though. You know how that plays murder on you. So I think also what I'm going to do, since we're not using this as a wire, it won't be. I'm gonna take this out as well. Let's kind of clean up our texture here. Let's go ahead in the ceiling and take this right out of hell. And I guess it don't matter. There's nothing else here. That's right. So that's not being used for that anymore. It's going to be over in this area. We're going to resize our unwrap, I guess, as far as for this new area. That's the next step. So we're going to go turn these off. That's going to be our new texture, just as you see it. So we're going to go ahead, layers, merge all, flatten. I'll save that as heat map. Yes, please. And we should take a look at it in here. There we go. So now it's mapped to that area. So I'm gonna see how we look here. Yeah, we're definitely not where we need to be. We'll have to remap this, no problem. Select that piece. Go into our UV edit, and now we can update our texture. Like so. Now we got a better idea of where we need to put this wire for that. Where we need to unwrap this at. Oh, Baines. Alright, let's see. So we don't really need to grid snap anything. That's good. Alright, so we'll definitely get this set up here and we'll check it out in the render. What's really going to be the telltale how this is going to look quality-wise is in Sandbox. Now the fact that you can see how roughly how the size of the ceiling was before and how big is it now, we kind of doubled it for the most part, and it adds so much more clarity in it, so even at this point. All right, let's render that and see what it looks like. Looks better already without rendering it. Oh yeah, so much clearer. Well, hopefully we maintain that. Now the fact that we still got to make a MIP out of it, and we do usually apply compression to it, we'll see how it looks even at that level. So right now this is an uncompressed version of the texture. All right, so just as we were showing before, if we look at the we look at our texture from WinMip 2, right now this is without creating a new MIP. Let's open this up and see what's going on here. 58. All right, at least you're getting positive shots in there. That's good. Okay, so let's open up. Not what I wanted. Go back to here. Oh, for crying out loud. Go back this way then. I know what I mean to do. It's just not working for me. Go here. So this is the original texture without any modifications to it, and this is with compression and transparency. You can't really zoom in on this, but you can see it's very distorted, for lack of a better way to put it. And we can see that 100% with the way the model is in here in Sandbox. This is what we're trying to correct. Oh, I need to put this back on the race version. So this is in testing. Switch that back. And switch your back. State variables, go back to 2. Boom. So that's race weekend. There we go. So this is how it looks from a compressed texture standpoint. Looks pretty poopy. You know, the fact it's going to be tucked up a little bit more too with the, this extra clarity that we're applying to it. I think overall it's going to make it look really good. We'll find out here in a few moments. So far, I'm not disliking it. Not disliking it. Cool. So we're going to call that good. We're going to go ahead and collapse that down. Go. So that's our interior and exterior. So we did our appropriate adjustments to the exterior of the building, as well as the interior of the building. I think we're good for that. Let's unhide this building. That's the exterior. Let's hide the interior. There we go. So now we got just the exterior. What I wanted to make sure is that nothing got out of whack here. Moving that, so all I did was just move it straight down on the UV map, so it shouldn't have shifted that at all. That's what I wanted to double check. We're going to be adding some white corners, I guess, as far as to this. That's based on our picture references that we have here. Get out of there. So we have like these white corners right here. We're going to get those in there. We'll be able to get that onto our texture as well, based on what we have mapped here, and see what we need to adjust on our mapping. Accomplish that. So this is all the exterior. I'm just double checking to make sure nothing got thrown out of whack there. We didn't do anything to that end. There shouldn't have been anything there. Well, we did adjust the UV mapping on this, so not seeing any disparities there, so that's good. Go ahead and render this too, just to double check. Yep, nice and fluid all the way across to that. They're good, they're nice. That's really about the only thing we adjusted on the exterior. Okay, now I think I can go ahead and apply some trim. Yeah, here. I need to back this up here to get our layers back. So in the trim level, we're going to open up our wire. And from what we got here, we can apply those white corners so we can see where everything's at here. So we've got, this is the back side. Alright. So this might be a little tricky actually, because the fact we have these gables here, we have that there, we're going to have to probably try and half that out somehow. This is going to be a little tricky because I got the gables over here. I also have to deal with these front and back pieces. So as far as being able to get half the white on this corner and that corner, as well as on this corner, that corner, and over here. Now, this will be a little bit interesting. I think we can do it though. We're going to try it. So go into trim level, get some white. Actually, what I'm going to do, grab this color that we already have in our texture, that color. It's a little bit off white. It's not pure white. Got a little tinge to it. So we'll do it like this. Let's keep it on 3. The thickness, I'm going to zoom in here pretty good here. So what I want to do, I don't want to make these too thick. We're going to try that. That on that corner. Oh, a little too far over. No, it's too far over still. I don't know. I'm gonna be on this side of, there we go, that's better. Alright, I'm gonna try just putting it there. That's for the back side. And also here, these corners. Oh, and what I'm going to be observant of is to see how thick it makes this. Don't want it too thick. Try this and see what we end up with. Okay, so we'll go with that and see what we get up with. This is where the wire, having the wire comes in handy, doing that type of thing. So let's turn the wire off. Now we've got these pieces of trim. So in theory, at least what it should do is it should do both directions on that corner. For at least what is the front side, the track side, and also the gable ends. See how this turns out. Let's go ahead, layers, turn it all flatten. I'll save that as a new bitmap. Marvelous. Now let's need to refresh this texture. Reload. Okay. Yeah, so we do have some on the back side. That's what I want to see here. Well, it is actually putting it on the interior too. I don't know if I want that. Okay. Yeah, we didn't put anything on this back side, so the front side, there's nothing there. What the did I do? Got a little bit here. I went a little too far on that part. Just trying to get an idea. Yeah, the fact that it does put it on the interior, I don't know if I necessarily want it to do that. The interior. Well. Okay, so we got nothing here. Yeah, I gotta go back to the texture here and see what I did paint. Alright, we've got... Bring our wire back. I want my wire back, wire back, wire back. So I didn't put anything on the... Okay, I see what I did now. I see what I did. I wonder why I don't get at least for the one side here. Should get something here. Yeah, in fact, I don't get any hint of on this in these corners. Yeah, because the fact that I've got both gable ends in the same area now, should be showing something here. I'm trying to figure out right now. Yeah, that's all over here. All right. I might have it too far. Hold on a second. Let's redo this trim here. I might need to bring it further out. Redo this one here. I'm in the trim layer. It's all only the layer I'm working with. Let's see. Hey, we're over 500 hours. You already were over 500 hours anyway, so yep. Adding to it. Alright, let's bring this a little bit more this way. Didn't think I was going to have to bring it out quite that far, but we'll see what we got. Almost think that might be too far. Let's see what we got though. So we should have something on the front. Let me see anyway. Let's add some to this. Add a little bit to this. Okay. I feel that's a little too far over. Alright, we'll give that a try just to see where we're at. Turn the wire off. Alright, let's see where we're at. Do layers, merge, flatten. I'll save that as a new bitmap. Find yourself doing this quite a bit, you know, as far as doing texture adjustments. And I always try to do it from this level as opposed to adjusting the UV for it until it becomes absolutely necessary to have to adjust any UV anyway. Alright, so we got our new texture. There we go, now we got something there. Yeah, so I went a little bit too far, so skinny up into the soft, but that's not a big deal, I can test that. See. There should be something showing on the door side. Can't figure out why it's not. Yeah. Guess there is. Okay. Yep. Okay. Gotcha. See, this is what I'm not 100% sure I like, the fact that it's putting some on the inside as well. It's gonna look like crap, in my opinion, I guess, as far as if we, as far as the interior of it. I don't know. We'll see how it looks. Might have to think of some other way to do that, like maybe adding some actual corner pieces, you know, that are actual model pieces instead of doing it by form of texture. This is why I'm trying it from the texture level first to see how it looks. So basically, what's happening right now, because we're using relatively the same areas for the inside and the outside, that's why it's showing on the inside as well. I only want it really on the outside, as far as these corners. Okay. I don't know. We'll see how it looks. I'm kind of thinking we might end up having to put some model pieces for trim. I don't really want to add more poly weight to this if necessary, but it's something I think about, just so we don't have this showing up on the interior. Because I know this is just the exterior piece, but it's going to show up on the interior piece as well. So let me hide this and bring in our interior. That's going to show up on the interior as well. See? That's what I don't know if I want. Now the fact that we got a gap there, I can fix that. I guess as far as the way we've got those lines painted based on the wire for texture, that's not a big deal. I'm just trying to get an idea of how this is going to look once we fully apply it in this fashion. Well, even with that said, we can just leave the interior available to us there, and we can actually see how that's going to look both ways. Okay, well, let's do a little bit more cleanup on this. Let's back it up. Here, where? What was this other one here? That's for that, okay. We're only concerned, I guess, as far as with the front, back, and the gables, pretty much. Okay, let's zoom in on that. So what I can do, the fact that I'm in the trim layer, I can actually do this and move that over. And trim that off just a little bit. There. Okay. And this one. Try that. Here. Clean up. Clean up. This one I think might be good. Let's grab this one off. That. And let's check out these. These I know have way more of a gap on it. That way. Trim that down. Let's try that out. Turn the wire off. I don't have those. I'm going to end up collapsing all those once it's all said and done, but for now it should be good. Hey, what's going on, Yasso?
A few moments later.
Right? Hey, why didn't the You Can Do It play? That's weird. So the few moments later did, but the I see the You Can Do It. That's weird. Weird. Well, at least that one played. Okay. Oh, how was Yasso doing today? Okay, we'll go ahead and merge this all together. I'll save that as a new bitmap. Alright, so that's in. Refresh. Reload. Alright, cool. I think we still got a little bit of a gap. It's getting there. Oh, so we still got a little bit of a gap there. So that's mostly on... looks to be the gable end. In both ways. Okay, in both directions. Yep. Okay. Yep, in both directions. Okay. Okay, so this one, for some reason there's not showing anything on this gable end. What the heck? You got it on this end, but not that side. Weird. Back this up. Go to wire. And let's see what we got here. That's super weird. I don't know why it's not showing. So this is all gable end over on this corner. I'm not showing anything. Oh, keeping in mind we got the one. Oh, okay. I might have almost put that interior that we've got there. I might actually put that up here. Because if we remember, because as far as we put that short piece for the interior, is what we got here. Put that all down in that one corner. I think it's, yeah, it's kind of impairing, I guess, as far as how we map that trim. Yeah, so what I might do... Oh boy. I keep that all down there though. So where is the actual... Yeah, so that's buried up in here somewhere. As far as that that gable end for the interior. That shouldn't show up on the interior though. Weird. Okay, hold on. Do we need to go more by this part is what I'm... So this end here that has the cutouts for the doors. Hold on. Check that in here real quick. Yeah, that part's fine other than that little bit of a gap there. That we can fix. But we still don't have anything here either. Alright, so I'm using the wrong... So I need to be using probably this line. Okay. I think I got it. Problem. Let's do this. I think that's what's happening, at least anyway. That's not gonna be good either, because that's gonna put... Dang it. I think I'm gonna have to remap that one gable and do this area. Now that we know how much space we want to use for ceiling, dang it. Now we know, yeah, we might end up using that for that other gable end and kind of separate that up a little bit. That's what I'm thinking, at least anyway. So I don't know how else to, oh yeah, crap, that did shift. Oh no, it didn't. I was looking through, never mind. I was looking at it wrong. Oh my goodness. I know I'm using the interior, I guess, as far as to do this, and I probably shouldn't. Because It's the exterior is where we really want to have. Now let me bring back the exterior. Okay, let's do this. Do hide that. Unhide the exterior. Yeah, the fact that it's not showing on this end here, that's what's boggling my mind right now. What do I need to do to fix that? It's just on the one end here, on both gables, it's not showing that white corner. So I'm using the wrong part of the wire, I guess, as far as to determine that, I guess. So that's going to be on this end of the gable. I think I need to use this line and not that line. Deal is, I think that's what I'm gonna, let's go to trim, and on this, oh, we're doing fantastic. Just doing a little bit of texture tweaking, I guess, as far as on our model, and yeah, I think it's going all right. We need to move this whole thing over to this line, I think is what the deal is. Yeah, let's try it that way. Let's see if we're on the right track. So we'll go ahead and turn the wire off again. Alright. I'll go layers. Oh. Save that as a new bitmap. And that should populate under texture. There we go. Yeah, see, now we got something there. I was using the wrong line on the wire to determine where that needed to go. Still got nothing over here, though. Oh, I see what it did. So it's probably going to be flip-flopped on one side. Oh, my goodness. Goodness. Yeah, so the fact that it moved this one. Wow. All this is doing is it's leaning me more to creating an actual model piece for these corners, instead of doing it texture. Yeah, because the fact that we've got the way this is mapped anyway, we have this one flipped on one end as opposed to the other. That's why that shifted over. Now it's fine on this side, but when we go to this side, it's actually going to move the opposite end. That's not what we want. Bummer. Okay, well, let me back this up. The only thing that concludes to is I would have to flip the mapping for the one gable end so that it lines up with the other side. Basically what it comes down to. Yep, I think that's probably what I'm going to have to do. Question is, can I do that without messing up my spacing of my ribs? Keeping in mind, we do include roof to that too, as far as, you know, the peak to it, not just the wall. So let's see what we can do here. Alright, let's go back to our model. So there's two things right now that are kind of bugging me, I guess, about this. The fact that I would have to do that in the first place, I guess, as far as to get them completely lined up on both gables. Also, the fact that it's putting that same texture on the interior. I don't know if I want that corner piece to be on the interior, because you wouldn't normally have that in reality, right? That's kind of what I'm taking into consideration as well. That's at least two things that I'm considering is at this point, as far as just to make 3D model pieces for these corners instead of doing it at the texture level. Yeah, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. That's good. Nice. Very nice. Alright, let's try something here. Because if I do this on the exterior, I'm going to have to do it on the interior as well. If we want these ribs to line up on both sides. On both the interior and the exterior. Otherwise, they're going to be offset. I don't know if I want that either. Alright, here goes nothing. I'm going to take a plunge here. So we're going to try and get both pieces here on both gable ends to line up 100% on either side. Alright, I think we can get away with it because the way these ribs are, and once we put the corners on there, you're not going to notice as much disparity or misalignment of the ribs. So we're going to try this. We'll see what happens. If it screws up, it'll be my fault. Okay, so we're going to grab this guy. That. Okay, so as far as our UV unwrap, texture, that's going to be right there. So you can see what's going on here. We got one side of this gable, it's flipped. See how we've got the long side of the eaves should be both. They should be both on this, over on this way. So I've got one side is facing this way, and the other one, so they need to be flipped side. Okay. So one or the other needs to be flipped, I guess, as far as so it lines up with the other one. So I think I'm going to try it with this one. And that's why we've got this irregularity, I guess, as far as with the trim, the way we're trying to apply it. So let's do this. See, now that's going to line up. And now when we put the trim on it, it's going to line up on both sides the same way. So we'll try it this way. Yep. If nothing else, we can also grid snap it. So there's that. Alright. I think we can get away with this. I think what I'm going to do is leave a little bit of a buffer, and I'll try to grid snap all these points here. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Leave a little bit of a buffer. This. Alright, cool. Control Z. Let's go to the vertex level. Now we can grid snap all this. Let's turn grid snaps on. I think this will work, I think. I'm hoping. In theory, it should work if I grid snap it, but the thing is, I'd have to do a lot of grid snapping. Get this all to line up. In the long run, it might actually work out for us, but a lot of grid snapping. Holy crap. I'm gonna end up messing something up here, I can already tell. That's a lot of stuff to grid snap. Here, let me do Control Z. It'll let me. I don't know if I like this. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I got it back at least to that point. Alright. Let me reselect these. Oh boy. Yeah, to get 100% lined up with the other side, that's a lot of vertexes. It's just grid snap. I don't want to do that way. Only thing really I think I can do is try to put the grid snaps on, try to do this. Line it up this way. So the one that I'm lining up with is the other side that has the cutout for the doors. I don't know if that's 100% going to get me lined up to where I need to be. The only problem. Kind of eyeballing this. Let's try it just. You see what my potential problem is here as far as to get it 100% overlaid, I guess, with the other piece. Oh, I saw someone almost got the main jackpot. Missed it by one robot again. Who did that? That was Torch. So far we only had one jackpot during the whole stream. The whole stream, we've only had one jackpot. Crazy. Alright, let's see if we can continue to get this lined up. Yeah, you can see how much that's going to be off there. Oh, this stinks. This sucks so bad. I mean, you can get it close, but I don't think we're getting it 100%. The only problem. So I'm trying to do it all semi-uniformly, and one time, because if I try to do it the way I was trying to do it with the grid snapping, something's going to get thrown out of whack as far as it getting distorted, and I don't want to have to go and do all that cleanup. So I'm moving all of this, I guess, as far as I see that's already still off. Damn it. It's going to be really hard to do this way. And I guess that's part of the reason why I left it the way it was in the first place, as far as just to copy the one side, map it, and just left it alone. I'm gonna rotate it. Man, I can get it super close, but it's not gonna be 100%. Whoa, what happened there? My middle mouse button kind of went wonky. That's not too bad, but you can see how much it does not line up. Just that little bit. Trying to get this lined up as and so I'm keeping grid snaps on, but I don't know if that's necessarily helping. Dang it, this middle mouse button's acting all goofy. I don't like how far that's off. That in. Oh, it's too short. Dang it. It's like playing ping pong. You dirty rat. You know, it would be nice, and I'm sure there probably is a function for that, be able to snap, you know, an entirety of a piece here that I've got, be able to snap everything into place there. I'm sure there probably is. I'm just not 100% sure how that is. With all the buttons and stuff that we got in here, I probably have something. I'm just not sure which one it is. If nothing else, all I want to do is at least get these outer deals snapped, and everything else should snap into place along with it. I can have it 100% lined up with the other side. Right now it's just a lot of eyeballing. Oh my goodness. Now it's shifting in the other direction. I'm trying to only shift it in the one direction. Working very well. I can't, that's about as close as I can get it. I mean, it's like only like a pixel or something, but still. I hate having messy UV. It just drives me nuts. That's about as close as I can get it. Alright, we'll go with that for now. I know it's not 100% perfectly lined up, but what we should have, if we look at this now our trim is going to line up the same on both ends. After all is said and done, that's all we're trying to accomplish there. Okay. And then it also puts it in on the interior, you can see here as well. I don't know if I want that or not, so we're probably not going to be able to see a lot of that with the ceiling in there. So we may leave it like that just to see how we look once we create our final model in that. But as it stands right now, I'm not really digging it. Not digging it. We got it on this corner. close that corner. And then also, we need to cut it down just a little bit on the gables. Either that or extend it that side. One or the other. So I almost feel it's too high here. Or actually, yeah, we need to extend it there. Okay. So on this end, that's going to do it on this end too, right? Yeah, and I guess that's what we want. Okay. Alright, so on both gable ends, let's and trim. We'll zoom in on this. So this is not going to be right. As far as what we just corrected there, but I got a rough idea. We need to extend that up to this line, I think. Yeah. Let's do this. We're going to go trim. Grab this guy. What in the... Selected there. Oh, for Christ's sake, come on. What did you select? And trim. What the hell is that selecting? There we go. Didn't see the marquee. Like, what the heck going on there? There we go. And all we want to do is copy that. I just want to extend that this way. And what I'm trying to accomplish there in these gable ends is the fact that our model, the fact that it's short right here, I'm just trying to get it up to this level as our front and back. Yep. I don't know if we need to do it on right here. That looks decent. Hold it long there. This one's way too long, so I either make this short, this level. Crap. Okay, so on this gable, all this is doing is making me lean more towards the fact that this 3D model, this crap. I guess as far as shouldn't call it crap, but this, yeah, it's really bugging me, I guess, as far as the way this is not working out the way I was hoping for with the texturing of it. I thought it would go a little bit better what it's doing. I'm not really liking it. Let's see. So on which side? That is the front side, so not so much on this end. Having a burger? Nice. I don't even know what I'm gonna have for supper. Okay, we need to do it on this corner. Okay, so let's grab this trim. Copy that. So what I'm considering, I guess at this point, is on the back side of our deal here, needs to be the longest. On this side, it don't matter as much. Okay. Got it. Yeah, so I just want to put it, make it longer on the gable end for this side. That would be right here. Okay, cool. And paste. Send that up to this level. Okay, not so much on that side. Now, I have to remind myself, I guess, as far as what we just adjusted with the UV mapping, the front side or the track side is going to be over on this side of the wire, not over here. So this is basically considered the back side, which in actuality, as far as the texture is concerned, as far as the layout of it, that will make more sense. This will be track side, and just considering the gables, this will be considered track side, this is back side. Okay. Okay. Can't go wrong with Berber and Dirty Suds. Oh yeah? Just be careful with that. Careful with the suds. Alright, let's try that. See what happens here. Turn off the wire. Layers, merge all, flatten. File, save as. Bitmap. Go ahead and back that up right away. And let's reapply our texture. Reload. Alright, so on our back side, we're all at the same level. And on this side, we're good. Yeah, same to you. And at least you sprayed, that's good. Alright, let me render this really quick and see what this looks like. Yeah, we still got a little bit of a gap there too, I noticed. Zoom in a little bit. Yep, so we still got a little bit of a gap between the two sides there. Plus it's a little bit long on the gable end. We'll shorten that up. Okay. A little bit more of adjustment. Let's bring back our wire. There we go. So, front side here. That's track side. I think I can move this guy forward a little bit more. We're in the trim layer. Grab this one, I'm going to move him this way. And move him this way. I'm going to add a little bit more to this on the bottom. Kind of overextend it a little bit. Kind of exaggerate it just to make sure I got enough going ground. You can always trim it up later. So that. Alright, let's see how that looks. A little bit at a time. There's bird all flatten. Oh my goodness. File, save that as a new bitmap. This can get to be the tedious part here quite a bit. Oh, back up. Better back up. Alright. Refresh our texture. And let's go ahead and render that. Ah, we still got a gap in there. What the hell? Oh, I got so much of a gap there still. Try the other side. And by gap, I'm noticing that there's a red slice going through that, and it shouldn't be. Same on this side. So that little bit of red that's right there, that shouldn't be showing. That's what I was trying to adjust to. I might have to try on the gable end. Get over. Probably not so much on the door side as much as the gable side. Probably need to move over. Okay. I was just moving the wrong part of it. Alright. So, bring in our trim. And the wire. So I don't need to be adjusting this here as much as I do the gable. Grab this and move this back over this way. Alright. And we need to move these this way. There we go. I think we might have something there. Dang it, this middle mouse button is driving me nuts. Probably needs to be cleaned out. Alright, there we go. Layers, merge all. Save as. New bitmap. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. There we go. No more gap. Now, need to clean up on the top side there. Try the other side here. What does the other corner look like? I need to extend it on the gable side here too, I guess, as far as... What's going on with, Okay, so mostly cut it off on that end to add a little bit more to the gable. Alright. Okay, let's go back to our texture. So, wire. Okay, so on this part, I guess I can get away with actually adding some to this. There's really nothing else that's there. Do this. Copy. Gonna add a little bit, kind of overextend this here. Make sure we got enough. When you need the direction there. Top to bottom. I think if we got a little bit of excess, it's not gonna hurt anything. Okay. Gonna extend this a little bit more, so we got I'm ensuring it's not gonna be cut off on the bottom or the top where that corner piece would be. Giving it a little bit extra. Never hurt no one, right? Alright, that's good there. Do the same over here. Mostly on the bottom for this one, I think. Oh, yeah, that's right. So again, it kind of goes to show, I guess, as far as that offset between the height of the eave on the front and the back side. The fact that I got to make this trim on this corner higher on this side. That's holding true, I guess, as far as the way the whole thing is built, even in reality. Okay, so what I can do. Yeah, we can definitely go a little bit further on that to make sure we're good on the bottom. Now, as far as the ground, this. Okay, that's not going to hurt anything. Now, you need to make this, I think, a little bit shorter. And that's going to be on the track side of the model, which is this side. See how that's a little bit too high? Need to shave off a little bit on the top side of that part of the trim on both sides here. So that's on the track side of it. So the back side of it is actually pretty good. It's pretty level. And I just added to the scab down to the ground level, I guess, as far as that there, so that should fix that. Yeah. Okay, so we just need to trim a little bit off this part on the gable. That's on. Okay, that's both the back side and the track side. Nope, just the track side. Alright. Just the track side. So this is track side right here. This is the side that's facing the track. So this is what we consider to be the front. So as far as our texture goes, this is the front side right here. So I need to shave off a little bit on this trim. On the top side, on the top of it anyway. Let's turn off the wire. More clarity to this. So on this top side of this trim, shave it a little bit off. Like so. Just a little off the top. Just like going into a barber. There's our level trim. Stands there. What's going on with this here? I don't know. Oh, how did that get there? We don't need that there. That needs to go away. That must have been when my mouse Middle mouse screwed up there. Huh? Just get it out of there. That's all I want. Anyway, yeah. So there we go. We got all the trim on the four corners there. So the fact that this part of the wire is actually going to change. We'll get a new render a new UV template to fix this up here, because obviously we had to line that up the way we did. Plus to have where our new ceiling is going to be matte too. So yeah, that's not correct there. We'll get that here in a second. Turn our wire off. See how our trim looks now. Layers, merge all, flatten. Save that as a new bitmap. Okay, and we'll see how we look. Shave off too much? Maybe not. Now, if I look at it from this level, it kind of looks like we did, but if we go this way, yeah, maybe just a tad too much. It's only like a pixel we need to shave off. I'll have to add a little bit more back to that. This side here definitely still looks pretty good. Yep. And here's a little wonky. So, question is now, is that on? Zooming in on this. Yep, it's gonna, you need to add a little bit more to that. Let's check the other corner. This one actually looks good. Render that. Yep, just a little sliver on that. Ever so little much. Okay. Add a wire. Okay, so rack side on the gable end here. Need to add a little bit back to it. And wear off. So right here is where we need to add just a touch more. A pixel. About as much as I took off, I think. Alright, we'll try that, see what it looks like. Try that out. Layers, merge all, button. Save as. Top. Okay, and then render that. I think that's close enough. I don't know how much closer I can get that actually. At this corner. That's gonna have to do. That's about as close as I can get it. As far as from the texture level, at least anyway, I was leaning much more towards doing a 3D model piece. We'll see what it looks like. If it looks halfway decent from both levels, as far as the doors close and open, go with it. But as it stands right now, it's gonna have it on the interior too, and I don't know if I'm gonna like that. Yeah. Not going to show. This is the exterior, but if I bring in the hide this and bring in the interior, it's going to have it definitely on the interior like that. I don't know how that's going to look model level. Plus this is screwed up the way that's mapped here on the interior. Might have to re-UV map that, I guess, as far as on the interior. That's gonna look like crap. Alright, so let's unwrap this here for a second. That's, where is that? See, so that's offset. Son of a gun, anyway. That's why that's mapped the way it is. So So what I need to do, and this is gonna suck because that's not gonna include the peak. Damn it. That's not gonna line that up. I don't think it will. So this other side that I've got here, that's still mapped. That's based on the original exterior, right? So in theory, I should be able to move this right over top of that and grid snap it, and that should line up both the same on either side. What I'm hoping it doesn't do is create a... You won't be able to see it really from inside to outside, but I want the ribs on the exterior to line up with the ribs on the interior. That's what I was trying to avoid. You're not really going to see that at a level of detail, but it will bug me knowing that that would be offset potentially from interior to exterior of the building. So let's try and put this way, and we'll actually... I think what I can rely on is the fact that this piece here that's on the interior on this gable end is still based on the exterior mapping, and I know that lines up. So if I line this gable end that I've got selected with this one that I know is lined up, in theory it should be all line up on both the interior and exterior. Okay, so let me go ahead and grid snap this together. Hey, welcome back, Racer James. I guess I didn't realize you stepped away. My bad. I was super involved with trying to get this all lined up, but I think we got a game plan here now, and that's the most important part. Let me. This I should be able to grid snap much easier than all that as a whole. Okay, I think that should be good. So now we'll go to vert level. Grid snap that. Yeah, I should be able to grid snap this pretty easily. Oh, definitely. You got most of the groundwork finished, so that won't be floating much longer. That's good. That's good. There we go. So now what I'm hoping, again, by doing all this, the fact that I only chose that one part of the section, I didn't include the peak. So if I'm lining this up there, at least in theory, with the way I tried to line up the exterior, I guess, as far as, you know, there might be a little bit of disparity of the ribs, but not, you know, very minimal, minimal difference. So hopefully we won't see this until we get all the new wire into our template to understand, I guess, as far as how much we're off. I think in the grand scheme of things, I think it'll be alright. So far, that's not looking too bad. Alright, let's go ahead and collapse that down. That's our interior. And it does have the white corners actually in the inside of it well. I don't know, maybe it might be a nice little accent, I guess, for that. I know in reality you wouldn't have that. That's the only thing that kind of throws me off, I guess, is with having those on there. But if we want to keep the texturing of the model, I guess, as simple as possible, that might be something we'll just have to live with. Okay, but yeah, even as I render this, so this is the interior of the model. It's going to have those white corners, I guess, as far as in the interior as well as the exterior, because of the way it's all mapped. Both the interior and exterior are mapped. Alright, so let's hide this and bring back our exterior one. So this is what we got. So this is the back side. Side that faces away from the track. We'll render that. Let's actually zoom in a little. You can see how these corners look. This is from applying texture level. Not too bad. And let's look at it from track side. This is track side, or the front, what we're considering. Got some corners on there at least now. I think once it's all put together, it might look a lot better. But at least this is something to go by, I guess, as far as just from a texture level, just putting it that way instead of adding an actual 3D piece to that to create those corners. All right, let's go ahead and it this way. I need to create a some new wires here for sure. All right, so I need a new wire for all this. Yep, let's do that. Well, I got this still out here. We'll go here. Select all these polys. So this is what our new wire looks like, I guess, as far as for the exterior. This doesn't include the roof. I guess I want to make that clear too. Does not include the roof. The roof is a separate piece as we know it. So this is just the walls, the gables, and so on, excluding the roof or the ceiling and the interior and all that. Select all that. Tools, render to template, and 24 by 512. Render that. There's that. There's a little bit more clarity on it. But even from the poly level, I think it looks pretty clean. Not a lot of really super duper unneeded or unnecessary polys. Okay, so let's do this as wire 3. Remember to clean these out next time. And once I'm done. I guess I didn't from last time. And we definitely want the alpha channel. Cool. Right, so there's that. Go ahead and collapse that down. Now we'll go ahead and hide that. And hide the interior. All of that. I guess I took the unwrap out of it, but we'll put it back. It's not that hard to put it back. I'll reapply it. Now, bring in our texture. And there's the mapping for the interior. Okay. Poly level, select all those polys. So that's our new mapping for ceiling in particular. We previously had it in this area, so we're not using that anymore, so that's going to give us that final placement, I guess, as far as our ceiling mat part of the texture. Alright, so we need to go Tools, UV Template, 24 by 512, Render. Where's that at? Save that as a new wire. Almost did bitmap, that's not going to work. Do wire 4. NG. Alpha channel, yes. Pull that out. Alright, let's bring those two into our template. So we got wire 3. Copy. Oh, I'm going to put my alignment blocks in it. That. Oh, I forgot to change the thickness of that. Yep, let's add a little bit more thickness to that. Go. Oh, now load it in. You know, this part for at least Paint Shop Pro anyway is kind of a pain in the butt, but I've gotten used to it. This is as far as creating these alignment blocks for everything. The way I look at it, it's more than one way to skin a cat. Alright, so there's our new wire for that. So probably at this point it won't really matter if I keep a lot of the other components from what's already in the original. Is this going to be a little bit more saturated? So the stuff that was already still in the original wire, I can keep that. Because everything that we didn't change is still going to lay over top of the other pieces there, so I guess it's much. There's that. That didn't turn out actually bad for these cables. I look at it from that level. These both are junk. We don't need those anymore. So, now we've got wire 4. alignment blocks. Alright, now we'll do copy that into our texture. Right over top of here. Alright, so at this point, yeah, we don't need these two anymore. I'm just gonna get rid of them. These are junk. That was our placeholders for our new wire, just to kind of get an idea where we need to put things. So at this point, this should be more of a finalized wire. That out. Take our alignment blocks on there. We don't really need to, but just to kind of clean up the wire layer. Now that we got it into position, this is the this should be the overall layout of our new wire. The only thing we didn't do yet, that's still something, and that'll be in our collapse scene, is where the doors go. I guess as far as for the trans outdoors, for the open doors, for that model. We won't get that wire until we created that new collapse model scene, which is a totally separate scene. Okay, but this is what we got so far. So we still got, the only thing that we don't have used is this area and this area. Well, if you want to consider, I guess, as far as all these parts there. So it leaves us a lot of room if we ever down the road want to apply different things. So we do still have such elements like, say, these signages that we needed on it. So like these types of deals, the windows, we need area for that. So we've got room on our texture to be able to do that yet. So whether it be in here or in this area, we still got room in our texture to be able to do that now. So not only did we greatly reduce how much trans area that we need, we're creating more room to be able to apply signages and other decals like windows that are just going to be texture applied. I think that's going to work out fantabulously. I don't know if we have a straight on shot of that sign, that'd be freaking cool. So we don't have to create that. So this is the only one I got here. That's pretty blurry. So if we can find that sign that's more of a straight on picture of that'd be freaking awesome. I would hate, now this part wouldn't be so bad, it's this part here that would be a little tricky. United, that's kind of that's a very custom font. That's probably all painted on there, probably custom painted on there. But anyway, we're going to need area on our texture to be able to put those types of things, as well as like these light fixtures and stuff like that. Most of these elements here are just going to be flat on that. We're not going to have those as protruding pieces as a 3D piece. We don't want to go that nuts, I guess, as far as with that level of detail, I don't think. I think we're doing pretty good as far as having enough area on our texture to work with. So let's go ahead and combine all of our wires here. And when we get this into a new layer template. So there's all of our wires. Clear, merge, all that together. And we'll rename this as wire. This is the way it's going to be for now. Okay, so we got our Mandor. We're not using that trimming. I might end up just taking that out. Or trim, our weather vane, ceiling, texture, parent background. There we go. Yeah. So the fact that we've got this, we need that shading. Yes, we do need that. This one we don't need anymore, really. That was the shading that we were putting around our doors prior to creating the actual 3D insets. I think I'm probably just going to take this out. Don't need those. Bye-bye. And then all of this I used is to get the initial mappings of the different areas. So that's going way back. I probably don't really need those anymore, but I'm going to leave them in there for reference, as well as the labels. So that's our cleaned up layer template for our model. Let's go ahead and save that as new layer template in the form of a PSD. Yes, please. And now we'll turn the wire off. Collapse that down into our final, at least for now, bitmap texture. Save as eat map. And then what we're gonna do next, and then what we're gonna do next is actually create a TGA. So from this here, we need to create a TGA for that. We're gonna open this up with WinMap 2. Nope, that's not the one. So yeah, we were doing some other stuff earlier. I need to go to C. And one concession, 3ds. Open up this bitmap and create our new. So this is our new texture that we have in bitmap form at least. So ceiling has been moved and resized. Should add more clarity, I guess, as far as to that. We tucked that ceiling up a little bit further as far as the model, from the model level. But I think that's gonna really add some really cool. And we shorten up that area that we're using for trans area too. We'll be able to use that once we collapse it all down. So TGA, edit 10, use that area for invisible color. Save as. We're gonna overwrite the one we already previously had. Yes, please. And then this is the approach that I take to it, just to ensure, I guess, as far as that alpha channel is going to be in the MIP. I'll totally close out WinMip 2. A lot of this is just summary for most, but reopen the TGA that we just created, like so. This is the one we just created, and then I'll make a MIP file. So instead of making the MIP file post fact of creating the TGA, in some cases you might run into a problem where that alpha channel, as far as that invisible color, won't take hold into your MIP file. I always like to reload that TGA into WinMip 2. So that's just to ensure that it will have this invisible swath onto my MIP file. So you go just like that, and we're gonna put it right in this folder, and we'll move it. Let it do its thing. There we go. Close that out. Now we got our new MIP file. Cut that out. We're gonna put this to our 3DO level here. Yep, right over like that. Sweet. So our coordinates have never changed. All these changes that we've been making to the model does not change, I guess, as far as where that model resides, as far as in its element, I guess, as far as on the track and sandbox. This is always going to stay the same, even with everything we've changed. Alright, now we're going to get this thing ready to make our collapse model scene. So we'll have just everything all put together as far as the roof, have the interior, exterior separated out, all that good stuff. So we need to collapse this down. We're all good to go on this mapping. Okay, that is that. I also need to save this scene for all the individual parts. So everything that we've done so far, we want to save that progress. So we're going to unhide pretty much everything and resave the scene as a starting point to making our collapse scene. So let's do both the weather vanes. I'm doing these one at a time just to kind of ensure that I got everything here that I want to have. Pinnacles, and of course the roof. Roof itself. Cool, that should be good. For some reason, there we go. So there is our model in its entirety. This is going to be our new starting point for our overall scene. So I still got some oh, that's just for the ground plane. I'm not worried about that. Cool. So this is all we got in our scene. We got our exterior of the building, interior of the building, our ground plane, our pinnacles that house our weather vanes, and then also the roof. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and save this as new B. Yep. Cool. Now we're going to start chunking out what we don't need to have in the scene. So let's unhide everything. got some stuff that we really don't need to have in there. We've been more or less used as reference to get proper orientation of, you know, our peak and all that stuff. But we're leaving them in there for, you know, if nothing else, as a time capsule for future reference as far as how we went about putting this thing together and getting it to where it needs to be. So let's start chunking out what we don't need out of this thing. So let's select all. We do need to keep the building, the interior. Don't need the ground plane. Need the pinnacle. We don't need that. That's in one of the rulers. We need the roof. Don't need the peak, and we need the weather vanes. All right. So the only thing we got selected as the parts that we don't need. Those are all gonna go bye-bye. Oh shoot! I took the pinnacles out. My bad. I boo-booed. We still need the pinnacles. Right there. There we go. That's all we need right there. Cool. So we got our weather vanes, our pinnacles, our roof, our exterior, and our interior. And the way I can tell the interior is there is because we got the ceiling. That's our one indication that gets us to know that we've got an interior. So even if I render this really quick, we can confirm that as well. Awesome. Cool. So now what we can do is start collapsing some of these parts together. This is the fun part because you tend to do this in pieces, just like I was saying earlier. You might be tempted, a little bit tempted, I guess, to want to squish this all down into one piece by selecting everything all together. Number one, we need to have an interior and an exterior. So that's first and foremost. Also, in a lot of cases, when you try to squish too much at one point together all at once, we had this problem last week as far as where we had a poly that either got deleted or flipped or something or other, and it created a broken model. So you want to be careful on how you collapse things together. And no matter what order and how many pieces you're collapsing together. More times than one, we've seen problems with collapsing too much together at once. So what I'm going to focus on here as I collapse this down is just the exterior. So I'm going to do building, and we'll do the roof. We'll put those two pieces together, starters. And even with that, I might even change my mind because these two pieces in themselves have a lot of complexity to it, especially the roof. So I might even go so far as to take a building and maybe even the weather vanes or something like that instead of the roof, or go with the roof and the pinnacles. Do those two together. Let's try that. So we'll do that and post it. So those are probably the two most complicated parts of the overall model as far as the angles and such like that are involved with it. Let's go ahead and slap these two down. We got two pieces selected. Grab our hammer, collapse, select. Knew it was going to do that. It did that last time too, where it changed the mapping of. Why did it do that though? That's the other thing. Oh, it did do what I thought it was. Oh my god! See, it shifted those ribs on there. It did shift those ribs on there. That's what I was afraid of. So it didn't so much on this end because we didn't do anything with that, but it definitely did on here. So because I moved just that wall, so what I might have to do, I had to go back and reopen that there. So if nothing else, what I'll have to do is probably flip it on that wall there. So the way I grid snapped it, that's what shifted that over. That's what I was worried about. But the other thing is it stepped on the mapping for our pinnacles here. I did that last time too, and I can't remember why. I don't 100% remember why. So in any case, I'm going to go ahead and reset this and reopen that scene. We already saved it. Don't save that. Reopen our scene that we did save prior to getting to that point. Trying to remember why it did step on the mapping of the pinnacles again. I think it did do that last week too, and I can't remember why. We need the newbie. This guy. This is our newly saved newbie. But what I do need to fix before anything, see how those ribs shifted because I only did the wall part, not the peak. I was hoping, like I was mentioning, that that wasn't gonna it wasn't gonna get skewed, which it did. So what I think I can probably do. Wait a minute, how did that fix? Wait a minute, hold on. Did that just fix itself on its own? Let me re-render this. Did that just fix itself on its own? Are you kidding me? So maybe all I had to do is reset the whole scene. That's weird. Yeah, that was super weird. What is going on here? Do I got a poly in here? Okay, so that must be the interior that's showing through that. Okay, I think I know what's going on. So that's the interior that's going to be, it is off. That's what I was worried about. Even though you're not going to see it probably from the inside, I know that it is off. So on the exterior, it's fine. But the interior, as far as the way that wall is to the peak, it's going to be off. I don't know how I can fix that, though, is the problem. Right now what I have selected is the interior, yeah. And that is off. See how that shifts like that? That's the interior actually showing through, but when I render it, the exterior is going to be fine. But that's how much I was worried it was going to be off on the interior. By that much. Is that really, in the grand scheme of things, is that going to matter? Probably not. But I feel like I need to fix it. Because I know it's that way, and I don't like that. So what I'm going to try to do, behind the ground plane, that's the interior. What I am going to try and do here, I think this will fix it, by just unwrapping this. This is what I'm hoping it'll fix it. So we'll go open the UV editor. Texture. We're going to select that poly. You can see it shifting even as I click on and off it too. And that's because of those two polys between the interior and exterior are right on top of each other. So as I click on and off of it, it's going to show that shift in there. We shouldn't have that if we map it 100% the same as the other side. So the opposing parts. So where that's at, I think I can get away with just doing that. Just flipping it. It should be fine. Let's check it out here. Alright, now we select this, and now we shouldn't see it shift. That's the exterior. Give me the interior. Where's the interior? See, now it doesn't shift. So I got the interior. So the way it was before, when I was selecting either the interior or exterior, you could see that shift, especially in this bottom, this lower section of the wall, with excluding the peak. You saw it shift. All I did was just flip it on the inside there to correct that the skewing of the texture on that one side to the other. Like I was saying, in the grand scheme of things, is that really going to matter? No. But the fact that I know that it's miscued, that's a problem. I feel that it needs to be addressed. And that's what I just did. So that's the interior. Like the exterior, now you don't see a shift in it. Now I know it's 100% lined up, no matter if it's from the exterior or interior. Now we're good to go. Okay. So let's go building 2 here. We'll go ahead and collapse this mapping. Now I'm happy with it. Now the fact that we did extend that over here, that's probably why we get this little bit of clipping over here, because it is higher on the interior wall than it is on the exterior wall. So see how much lower this one is in comparison to the interior. That's the only reason why I think we're getting a little bit of clipping on this in here, and that's fine. I don't think we'll actually see that in the actual model. that was to get our ceiling, I guess, as far as up, tucked up a little bit further than it was previously, which was right above our doors. So the fact that it's going to be up there a little bit further, I think that's going to be a little bit more appealing, I guess, as far as the way the ceiling probably actually is in reality. They probably got open trusses in there. That's kind of the effect that we're going for when we applied this texture to it. So it's probably not 100% accurate as far as the way it is in there in actuality. But the fact that it probably is kind of like an open truss type of structure, probably doesn't have a physical ceiling. This is the use of this texture that we applied to our own, I guess, as far as that, it's going to give it that effect that it has the open truss structure kind of look to it. Alright, let's bring back our ground plane. Resave the scene. Now, I gotta figure out why it's stepping on the mapping of the pinnacles. Still haven't figured out. I think I figured it out last week, and now I can't remember what it was. Alright, let's go resave the scene. First and foremost. Okay, so we're all good to go there. Okay, now let's start taking out the pieces that we don't need again. Alright. Now we go select all. So the pieces we need to get rid of is not that, not that, not that, not that, not that, and not that. All that we need to get rid of. Okay. Now, let's start collapsing this down. Hopefully this doesn't step on that again. We got the roof. Go from the item list level. So we'll go roof and weather vanes. I think what I did last time was roof and pinnacle. Let's see if it steps on the mapping for this. I don't know why it does, and there was a reason for it, and I can't remember why. So hammer, collapse, selected. Yeah, it's still stepping on that. Why in the frick is it doing that? Okay, Control Z. Look at the pinnacles itself. Let me look at the mapping for that. Gotta be a reason why it's stepping on that so bad. Let me see if I select different pieces here. So let's do the roof and weather vanes. Collapse those together. See what that does. Stepping on that too. Why is it doing that? Okay, so something's going on. Alright, we gotta get down to the bottom of that. So what is this roof? Alright, let's open up the material editor. What is that map to? Something going on there. Let's do unwrap on the roof. I do remember there being multiple instances of that texture for the... I don't know why that was either. I never did get down to the bottom of what's going on with that. That might be part of the problem. Let's load in. See how we got multiple instances of the same texture? Not 100% sure why it's doing that. I think that's partially why it's stepping on where that's mapped. I don't know why though. Yeah, so it's still using the bitmap, just like the majority of the rest of the model. I'm really confused with that. I don't know why it's using more than one instance of the same texture for the roof. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused with that. What do we got here for maps? Just the one texture here. But the fact in the UV edits window here, it's got multiple instances of the same texture. Got to be something to do with that. And I don't know why. It's only on the roof though, too. I'm having a brain fart right now, I ain't gonna lie. So it's only on the roof that it's doing this multiple instances of the same roof on map 17. I don't know why it's doing that though. And I think that's why it's stepping on the mapping of everything else I collapsed to it. So no matter if it's at this point, the pinnacle or the weather vanes, it steps on the mapping of that. I'm not sure why. Let's see. Maybe it'll go. I almost feel like I want to do this. Hold that. I need to detach some stuff. I don't know if it's from the way I collapsed it or what the deal is. Really confused by that. All right, let's try. Let's take the roof building. Let's go the other way. Go building and then roof. Let's see what that does. Collapse. That works fine. So it's just anything else other than the building. That is weird. That is super weird. Anyway, we'll go with that for now. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of research on it. I know I meant to as far as last week. I never did figure that out, I guess, as far as why it has so many instances of the same texture under map 17 for the roof. And the only thing I can collapse together without it creating any problem is the roof and the building. That's kind of weird. I don't know why that is. Alright, anyway, we'll go with this for now. We got that. Step down, let's go building and pinnacle. I know what I'm going to do first. I'm going to go effect pivot. Under that. It's not to say whatever that the model is broken, it's just from the mapping level, I suppose. Not really 100% sure why all them instances of the same texture are on. I don't know. That's kind of boggling my mind right now. Reset the X form. Okay. That's that. Alright, now we'll go building. And the pinnacles. Okay. Collapse selected. Okay, though that's fine. That didn't change the mapping of that at all. Super strange. Okay. Pivot, center to that. Set the X form. That looks good. Collapse all that. One at a time, just a little bit at a time. So we're going to leave the interior. We're not going to collapse that down. That's going to be a separate mesh in our pass file. So now we'll get the building and the weather vanes. All that. Alright, now we'll do collapse selected. Okay, nothing funky there, that's good. Effect, center that. And we'll go ahead and reset that X form. So I might be going a little bit overboard, like I've been saying, I guess, as far as to do the reset X form after every piece. I probably don't need to do that. I'm probably being overcautious, but I'm just making sure that everything is true to itself, I guess, as we collapse each individual pieces. That's good. Yes. Alright, so now we're at this level. So this is basically the exterior. So what we're left here at this point, interior by itself and the exterior. Okay, so what we'll do is we actually can take off. Now we have to keep in mind how we labeled these meshes in our script. Let's go back to our script here and take a look at what we did there. We want to make sure that these different meshes are what they need to be named. So in this case here, from this pass file that we create, we have one that's called building and one that's called building 2. Building is the exterior. Building 2 is the interior. Okay. So what we need to do is rename this to Building 2. Leave the other one named as Building. So when it's referring in the script itself, as far as the mesh name, is right here. So in this container, we got the mesh is actually named Building 2. So no space. I put a space in there, so I'm going to take space out of that. That is what it's referring to when you're looking for a mesh name. So just to add a little bit of clarity, because as far as for whatever you label as the mesh from your pass file, make sure that's the same in your script as well as your model. That's what we ensure here. So we got Building 2 and Building. That's the two names in the meshes that will eventually become our pass file. So that's all we got in here. So the next step we need to do is actually clone our exterior so we can add that to our Building 2. So we have, that's going to be all one model, as far as for that session that it loads in as, based on our script. Yeah. Right, so what we need to do is take this guy, now that that's all collapsed down, clone it, like so, copy that, and we'll just call that, that's fine. We're going to collapse it all together. Okay, so do that. Now what we can do is take Building 2 and Building 3. This is where it's going to get a little bit wonky, because we got some pretty chunky models that we're trying to crush together at this point. Alright. And I think this is partially what the way our model broke, I guess, as far as the last time we tried to do this. We'll see what happens here. Hopefully it doesn't do that. Alright, so we're taking Building 2, which is our interior, and then our cloned exterior, collapsing that down. Collapse selected. So far it doesn't look bad. And it doesn't matter if we convert this to an editable mesh or editable poly or not, because we're not really doing anything to the model at this point. We're just collapsing all these pieces together. Okay, so now if we hide Building, hide that. Now this is going to be what it looks like on the outside. So what we also need to do to this model, which is going to be the race version that loads, that's going to have the doors open. This is where we need to apply that, where the transparency is on the doors. Right, so this is what it's going to look like open. This is what we're working with on this part. So a lot of this is a summary, but this is the steps that we need to apply based on how we've got our script design. Alright, so what we need to do is, and it doesn't matter if you do this from mesh or polyload, because we're not doing anything physically to the model other than changing the mapping of where the doors are. Right? We'll go unwrap, open up our UV edit window, bring in our texture. And here we only got the one texture showing, so that roof for some reason got screwed up as far as the way the textures load in for the UV unwrap, at least anyway. Okay, so we need to move, and I'm going to grab this from the perspective right here. So everything that we want to be transparent on this model, which is doors open, is what we want to select. So in this case, we need that, 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 this, and that. So where that should show up on our models all right here. So now that we've got this reoriented on our new texture as far as where we want that to be, we didn't need that much real estate as we previously had, because it's not going to be visible anyway. So we can make this as small as we need to. In this case, we made it as small as the width of our weather vane. I'm going to move all this over here and scale this right up inside of that. Whoops, I got the... Okay, why did I do that? There you go. Thought I had grid snaps down there for a second. So we can make this as long as it fits in this area, that's all that matters. That'll be fine. So for this particular model that we're constructing, this is what we got to take into consideration. You know, is what's going to determine what we're doing with it. So the fact that nothing is visible there, it's going to be transed out when this model loads for that particular session, in this case race session. That's where that model that piece of the model for those polys for this model is going to end up being, is it right in that section of the texture. That's what we're establishing. See? So anything here that's magenta for this model, race session, we're going to have the interior and the doors open. Okay, so a lot of that, again, just summary. Go ahead, if we're satisfied with that mapping, collapse that. Yes. Cool. So that model's done. Now we'll go ahead and unhide all of our pieces here. So it's our exterior that has no interior. So just, again, let's show some clarity. So we'll hide the interior and exterior building. Our race session building, as far as what loads during race session. So this is what it's going to look like with the doors closed. It's going to have no guts to it, just like we already have in our track right here. So with the doors shut, we won't have nothing. It'll be hollow on the inside. Oh my goodness! Kind of grab my mouse, wouldn't let go of my mouse. So we're in good shape, I guess, as far as that goes. So model that has closed doors, no interior. Model that has doors open has interior, as well as everything else to it. Hide that one and bring in, this is confirmed, building 2 by itself has an interior. Render that. So confirm, we have open doors and entire interior. Dual banes. Alright, so we're good to go. So it's on, again, unhide everything. And we're going to save this scene. This is going to be our collapsed scene. Our collapsed model scene. So let's go File, Save As. And that's going to be this guy, as far as our newbie collapse. So we got one that's not collapsed with all the individual parts, and we have one that's collapsed that has the two pieces that we're going to spit out also as a 3ds. It'll have those meshes in there, so when we export our pass, it's going to be, everything's going to be contained within it. Save this as this scene. Yep. And then we'll also export this out as a 3ds. So by doing that, it's going to have all the mapping for all models included with our eventual pass file. That's the important part of it. Alright, so let's do export as a 3ds. It's as it stands. So we'll put that. I think what I am going to do is 3ds. I am going to back this guy up. How they think of it, just so I have that to fall back on. We're going to back this guy up like so, and then just overwrite this one here. So we'll have a backup of our, this is our previous attempt, I guess, as far as from last week. Let's have that as a backup. That shows up in here too. Sweet. So overwrite that guy. Not worried about that because we can control that through script. Well, this part's done. From here, we can actually load that new 3ds created along with our new texture that we created previously, because as far as our TGA that has the alpha and our new UV unwrap layout to that 3ds once we open that up in Max 5. That's what we're going to do next. Let me switch this over here real quick, and we'll get Max 5 loaded, and we'll go from there. Is that all that? Yeah. Get out of this. Got all of our scenes saved to be able to go back to, so if something went wonky at this point, we got something to fall back on already. Alright, let me switch this over here real quick while I open up Max 5. Once I get that loaded up in here, I'll switch it back over. Alright, we just passed the 4-hour mark. Holy crap. So we did make quite a few wholesale changes, I guess, as far as to the model, just to kind of correct any anomalies and disparities that we potentially existed. And I think this is going to turn out really good. I think you're going to be next to complete on this model, with exception, I guess, as far as to the final details like the signage and you know, those, yeah, all the signage and stuff like that. Just those are minor details, I guess, as far as to that's all texture based. As far as the model is concerned, I think for the most part we're going to be pretty much all set. Alright, we got Max 5 loaded. Let's switch this back over that way, and let's load our 3DS up. So we're going to import and navigate to Mesh Frames, Cross, Turn 1 Concession, 3DS. We want to open this guy, so that's our backup right there. And we want to completely replace, do not convert. And it's doing that same thing like it was before. Don't know why it's doing that still. As far as from the perspective view, it doesn't. We know the model's in here, we can see it. So I think what I'm going to do is just go from this level, go to material editor. And while everything is selected, we got 2 models in here that are selected. And I want to make sure that the texture that we apply in the form of TGA with that alpha channel is applied to all these models that we have loaded. Okay, so we'll go like so. And what should be populated is image alpha, which it is. As long as that's all good to go, we're going to go ahead and apply directly to our model. And then in this level here, let's go. And we know our texture is applied to our model. Confirm that way. The fact that it doesn't show up in perspective, I have no idea. I don't get that. So we got a little bit of things going on with the way the roof won't collapse to anything else other than the building because of all those extra instances, I guess, of that texture, the same texture more than once. There's something going on. I might have to look at from the roof level and see what's going on with that. If it comes down to just resetting that might be what's causing why this loads into perspective for 3DX for Max 5 here. Kind of funky. I don't know. I can only conclude that. I might have to look at that post stream and see what's going on with that and let you guys know. But that's the only thing I can think of, I guess, at this point. Okay. So we got our model in here. What I want to confirm on both models were selected when I applied that texture. That was a key point. Let's just ensure that we do have it applied to both models. Okay, so we'll hide that one. So it is applied to that one. Hide this one. Now we'll unhide building 2. So it is applied to both of them as it should be. So the building 2 is going to have the transparency on the doors, so we know that's right. So from this level, everything is good. Let's unhide everything. Okay. Let's make sure everything is unhidden. Cool. So that's all we have it. And this coincides with the way, again, once we have the way we have our script. So in this pass file that we're going to create, it's going to have both these meshes for building and building 2. And we already explained, I guess, as far as which one involves what. And where it's going to eventually put this into a 3DO, and we're going to control it through weekend state switches and population switches. All those are going to be, each of those meshes in that pass file present themselves. So let's spit out all that said and done. Export our pass file. So I know a lot of that is necessarily review, but with repetition comes practice and also understanding, as far as how these things get done. Session. So this time you want to do a pass file. I'm just going to go ahead and overwrite the one we already have. Okay, overwrite that. Cool. Now we can take. We got everything we need at this point, with exception to making our new MIT file. I don't think I did that yet, or did I? Double check here. Yep, I did do that earlier. Okay, cool. So I did. I was showing. Yeah, I had to remind myself at this point. So the only thing we did not do yet is create our new 3DO, which is what we're going to do right now. So we got our pass file that we just created. We can use either the bitmap or the TGA at this point. To compile that into Make 3DO. That transparency is already going to be in the model. So that was what is important to get that alpha channel applied to the model itself. That's going to be included in your pass. If I didn't make that clear enough, I'm going to reiterate, I guess, as far as what I mean. That is why it is very important at the pass export level from Max 5 or whatever version of Max that you're using, to have that texture with that alpha channel applied. Otherwise, you will not have any alpha channel to your model. Okay, can't stress that enough. How important that is to get alpha or transparency in your model. Okay, so that's contained in here. You can, and again, at this point, you can either use the bitmap or the TGA. Don't need both, let alone the MIP file. As long as you've got one of those textures that has that mapping to the model that is related to the pass file in your Make 3DO directory, that's all that matters. So at this point, we'll just take the TGA just for grins, and then also our script. That's the only thing we need. So we'll put those all in our Make 3DO directory, which I already have queued up. Nothing else has changed to our script the way we want this to compile. Right, so all we got to do is run that script. We point our directory to our Make 3DO directory where all of our files are located. We call up Make 3DO utility itself. Tell it what we want it to do. We want to take, because we are using a script, we do -s. And then what's the name of our script, which is this right here. I'm going to just copy the name of that, like so. Paste that into here. And we have no other parameters to our model, like reflection or anything like that. So once we put the name of our script, .psg, no other parameters, hit enter, and it spits out our 3DO. Now, we can open this initially if you got 3D SimEd, make sure it loads that way, which it does. And we do have some anomalies with this here, so we might have a problem. So the way we collapse this, it might have broke it. We're going to look at this in Sandbox. You don't always want to 100% go by how it looks in here, right? So that's another thing to make note of. So it might look funky in here. Don't go by that. Okay, so the fact that it loads and it doesn't crash 3D SimEd, that's necessarily a good sign. We'll close that out, but there might be a problem. There may not be though. So let's cut this out. We're going to put this right into our track edit directory. So I'm still keeping our original model in our track edit in our deal right here. So this is our original model right here. Only one I'm messing with is right in our track edit directory. So I'm going to paste and overwrite that one with our new model, as well as bring over our brand new MIP file. Okay, so we'll bring those two over, and we're going to reload Sandbox to see how the model looks overall. So let's do new, reload the track, this guy, and if we did everything right, even with what disparity that we saw in 3D SimEd, it shouldn't be screwed up, hopefully. Alright, so this is, so just as usual, I guess as far as when you load in your track, it's going to be in race mode, right? We're not seeing any of that we saw in 3D SimEd, and that's a good sign. So now we've got our interior. Oh, yep, we sure do. We do have some something happening here, but it did broke the model from this angle. Interesting. So we do see a little bit of a problem here. We might have to recompile that. And that's only from the inside of it. So from the outside, you won't see any problem. Oh yeah, I guess there's a. See, it did get broken. Yep. So we're gonna have to probably try and recompile that. So some of the anomalies that we were noticing in 3D SimEd are actually showing itself in here. So we're gonna have to take a look at that a little bit closer. How we put that all together. Yep. So it's a little bit different than the problem we had last time. Last time I think we had polys over on this gable end were kind of screwed up. And that sometimes happens. Just a matter of going back. That's why we have those saved scenes. It gets us first to be able to recompile it and try it again. Hey, how we doing, Evan? You're back. Huge fishing trip today. Been out and about hitting. Oh, that's cool. Noise. Well, we are to the point of it. We're gonna have to recompile this this deal here because that actually got screwed up. I don't see anywhere else other than here. You can see that poly. That's not supposed to be there. And also, this poly here on this corner is missing. That got stepped on somehow. That's the only places that I'm seeing any problem though. Very, very interesting. Everything else seems to look good though. Don't see any miscue of the texture anywhere. Just trying to figure out what approach I would have to take to be able to recompile that before we try it again. So something we did in that process there got stepped on there a little bit. And that's kind of why I saved that other 3DO too. Because if this is unrepairable, you still have that other one, the older version of the 3DO. Okay, so we're gonna go back to Max 14. We're gonna load that up and just see what's going on with that. So I'm not gonna fix anything from this level, which I could, but I'm not going to. It would be better to go back to the 14 scene prior to doing the 3DS model and go back that far. That's why we saved those scenes. All right, let's switch this back over while I gotta hide behind a curtain here for a second. I'm gonna reset some things and reload up Max 14. And I'll probably go from that the uncollapsed version. So I'm thinking something got stepped on with the way I did. This is my guess anyway. I'm thinking it has more to do with the way I collapsed that exterior and the interior together. What I'm guessing. Okay. We got that loaded back up. Let's bring this back over. What I do need to do, folks, here, I'm going to take a short little recess. I invite you all to do the same if you haven't. I'm going to do a little bit of a stretch. I haven't stretched in 4 hours. I don't want to get cramped up here. Also, take a little bit of a bio break too. Let's open up the scene here real quick first. Remember where I put it and everything. There we go. Mesh, cross, turn 1. We want to open up this guy. This is where we're going to start back from. We're starting all the way back to this uncollapsed model. And we're going to recollapse some things in a little bit different fashion. Hopefully get a better result. So, once like we had last time, and we were able to correct it last week too, it just came down to the order to which we collapse these items. What it came down to. So that it doesn't break it like we were currently seeing it. So the way we're currently seeing it like this, especially on the interior like that, that was more than likely just the way we collapsed it all down. So we probably did too much at one time, or not enough, or the wrong models, you know, in the particular order that we did it. We can choose a different order of that, so it's hopefully get rid of this problem. So that's what we're gonna do when we come back. Give me just a second. We'll be right back, so don't go nowhere. We're gonna get some racing in too, because I feel like I need to. Just saying. Y'all been waiting for that. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Taking a little bit of a stretch break. Highly recommend. Highly needed there too. Okay. Now, where were we? Welcome back, Yasso. Sticking around. Alright, so we're gonna fix this problem that we did have last week too, I guess, as far as what the way our model compiled together. So really it does all more than likely come down to the way we collapse all this together. So that's why I loaded this scene up, so we can redo this. Alright, so that's what we're gonna do. Okay. That. Alright, so this is our starting scene, I guess, as far as for our uncollapsed pieces that we got here. So we're going to take a little bit different approach on how we collapse all this stuff together now. Let's bring out all the pieces that we don't want. Unhide all that. Okay, we're going to select all. So just the pieces that we want to get rid of, we're going to keep highlighted. We need that, need that, need that, need that, need that, and that. Get rid of all this. Okay. This is step one. Now, trying to remember what order I did this now. So, so the fact that we came to the conclusion, if we try to take the roof and combine that with anything other than the building, it seems to step on the mapping for some darn reason. So I might even go so far as to figure out what's going on with that darn roof. Might behoove me to do that. Let's go ahead and select. Okay, so this is going to be the collapsed model. I almost feel like I went to. Yeah, I think I really do need to figure out what's going on with that. Let's undo this. Bring all that stuff back. Oh, there's one. Finally, somebody got one. There we go. Max Jackpot. Cool. So, I think James got one earlier. Was it? I forget now. It's been a while. I think Racer James got one. Evan's finally over 100 hours. Almost to 10,000. 9,122 units of fluid. Racer James, oh, you got 2 300s. Okay, I know you got one. Yeah, you all probably taking better count of it than me. Okay, so yeah, I started this back over. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna take a closer look at what's going on with this darn roof, as to why we've got so much problem with that. I think that is part of our problem. I do believe. All right, let's do this. We're gonna hide everything but the roof.
You can do it!
I'm trying to do it. Trust me. I try to do it all the time. So we're gonna maintain just the roof. Hide everything else. Alright, here we go. So we're gonna unwrap this guy. See what's going on with this doggone thing. Unwrap it. Pinnable poly, cool. Let's do this. Bring in our texture. See, the fact that it's got all of this in here, I think that's... I don't know why it's doing that. And I don't know how to correct it either. So, what I'm thinking of at this point, how can I know there's a way to remove the texture map. Entirely and start over. I can probably do this. Nope, that didn't do anything. Texture. Let me do that. Okay, that's as simple as that. I did not know this. So the fact that we got this remove texture. Alright, let's do this then. I did not know you could do this. Alright, cool. This is new to me. I don't know everything about this thing, but sometimes something surprised me. So there's that. Now we can apply that texture. So now we only got one in there. How it got more than one in there, I have no freaking clue. Now we're down to just one. So that was problem number one. The other problem is, anytime I was trying to collapse anything else to the roof, it was removing that. So I don't know if that was why. Well, let's try this now. Now we only got one reference to the same texture that everything else is using. See if this corrects that problem. Yeah, how it even got that way in the first place, I have no idea. Try hard. You try harder. Alright, so we got this roof here. Let's go ahead and collapse that down. There we go.
A few moments later.
I just feel that one's so appropriate. Okay, we need to unhide. Let's try doing anything other than the building. Now, obviously, that was what was creating a problem. So let's do the pinnacle. And let's see if we can collapse those two together. Alright, so now if we go roof, pinnacle, and we collapse that without it stepping on the mapping to the pinnacle. That is the question. Collapse. Selected. No. Why is it doing that? Do not understand that, because that's the whole building, no matter which piece that we got here, is all using the same texture. There should be no reason for it to do that. Okay. Back it up. And that seems to be the only time it seems to do that is if I use the roof to collapse it to anything else other than the building. That is super strange. Get out of that. Let's hide the pinnacle. Let's try something else. Let's see. Try the pinnacle. Let's do the weather vane. Let's do both weather vanes. Alright. Now if we go roof, weather vane, collapse that together. That is so freaking weird. Why do you do that? What is going on with this roof that's making it do that? I don't get it. Let's see. I almost feel... Oh, I already unwrapped this. Let me try this again. Took care of that. That obviously didn't fix that problem. So, in the UV. Why is it back there again? You son of a biscuit. Probably because I backed it up. That's why. I had to Control Z it, I think. Oh my goodness. Alright, hold on. You doggone piece of crap. Alright, let's do remove texture. I think I know what I did, but I think I'm going to have to resave the texture. We'll take these out like that. Go like this. Cool. Collapse that down. Yes. Alright, just for giggles, now that I collapse it down, I'm going to re-add this. I'm going to see if it puts them back in there. If it does, then there's something else going on. Yeah, there's something else going on. Every time I collapse the unwrap down, it's adding them back in there. So the question is, why is it doing that? Don't be moving at me. I have no idea why it's doing that though. That is odd. I've never had that happen before. This is new to me. In fact, that the same texture reference on the same map, 17, populates in here no matter what I do for this roof. I think there's a big problem going on with this one here. That's it. Trying to figure out how to fix this. I know there's a way to remove the entire UV unwrap. I don't remember how to do that now. Brain fart. No. There is a way to do that. I just can't remember how. That's gonna really suck because then I'll have to redo all the mapping to it. I shouldn't have to. I just don't understand why it's. I think that's part of the problem as to why the way I'm collapsing this all together. That's my thought, at least anyway. Gotta be a reason why it's putting in these 3 instances of the same texture in here. It's so crazy. That's the only piece it's doing to is just the roof. That's what's boggling my mind. Don't get it. Yeah, so the only thing I'm left to do, I can't collapse anything other than, as far as the order of things, I can't do roof to anything other than the building. And I think that's part of the problem why I keep stepping on how it's compiling that model overall. I think what I can do. Let's do. Fine. Yeah, I can't seem to collapse. Now, if I collapse it to the building itself, it seems to be fine. Doesn't step on the mapping. If I go roof, and I already did it this way, so I don't want to do it this way again. Building and roof, it doesn't step on the mapping. Collapse, selected. That seems fine. Doesn't do anything to it like it does the pinnacles or the weather vanes. So the problem is, why is that the case? Okay, let me unwrap this. Open UV editor. Do I have the 3? Oh, just the 1. That is so weird. That makes absolutely no sense to me. I've never had a problem with a model like that before, so this is definitely new territory for me. The wire here looks fine. But the fact that I've already tried this once before to do the roof and then the building, I wanted to try roof and something else and then go get the roof and the pinnacles and the weather vane all put together without it stepping on the mapping and then do the building. And hopefully that would correct it. So as far as the order of the way I collapse things, and it's not letting me do that, unfortunately. Without it stepping on that. I don't understand that. It's all using the same texture. So that turns out fine there. Unhide. I'm really at a loss here. I'm not really sure what to do. Cool. Alright, so let's do pinnacle, building. I feel like I'm doing this in the same order that I already did. That didn't result in a very good way, so I feel like I'm going to get the same result if I follow through on this. Lap selected. Alright, we're going to go through it. See if we get a different result, I guess. I really don't understand what's going on with that roof, though. It's a biggest thing that's something got screwed up in there for it to have those 3 inches of the same texture. That's what I don't understand that. Okay, so we got Pinnacle. That. Let's put the X one. That. Okay. That looks good. So I'm still taking the steps of whatever first is to make just the exterior building with no interior. Okay. Just gonna see what happens here. Let's unhide the weather vanes. Okay. So Pinnacle, weather vanes. Put that all together. Okay. Set the X one. Good. Okay, that should be all we need for that. Okay. Okay, let me bring all this stuff out that we don't need. Trying to figure what route I want to take here, so we'll go select all. Delete that. That. So the only difference that I've done at this point is I went the other way instead of choosing building first. So we're ending up with the name Pinnacle because of the I changed it up a little bit just to play around with that. So instead of going the same order that I did to get the result that we did with the model, obviously that created a problem. I'm trying to take a little bit different order, but because I can't select roof and something else without stepping on the mapping, which I don't totally understand because it's all using the same texture. That's what's kind of boggling me. So I'm just trying to take a different order of how I select the items to compile it, so to hopefully not get the result that we did so far. That's in our sandbox. All right, so all of this. What do we got left in hidden items? So just the building 2. All right. So this is going to be called building. I'm just trying to reestablish, I guess, our collapse scene again. New collapse scene that has a different order of how I collapse these things. Hopefully, fix our problem. Hopefully. Oh my goodness, can't type today. Can't spell. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? What is up with my keyboard? B-U-L-D-I-N-G. Thank you. Good grief. Alright, so that's that piece. Now we want to clone this. Own this as a copy. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and hide this. I feel this is part of the problem too. With trying to collapse this whole entire model with that interior. I think that's another big part of the problem, I feel. We're gonna hide this. Now we got the clone piece, and then we'll bring it out. Building interior. Alright, so the way I did it before. Wait, what just disconnected? Oh, just disconnected. What the hell disconnected? We still here? Just heard something disconnect. I don't know what it was though. Hopefully it wasn't anything important. Nope, shouldn't have been that. So the mic's working, that's good. I don't know what disconnected. I heard something. I don't know if y'all heard it, but I heard it. Alright, I already saved this. Good. Okay. Alright, so the order that I collapsed the building 2 in was the clone and that. So I think what I'll do is I'll rename this, go a different order than what I did last time, just to see if that changes anything. I need to rename this to building 2. So, alright. So I'm going to select that first, and then the clone, instead of going clone and then the building 2. As I think I also had, not that it should matter, the fact that I had it still named as building 2 interior, that may or may not create a problem. We'll just see. Just trying to take a different order in all of this. Obviously the result we got doing it the other way, we collapsed it, it didn't work right. I know I sound like a skipped record, but just trying to understand, I guess, as far as why it broke violation of our model. Doing these collapses with the collapse feature with this can sometimes do that. So just taking a different order of the way you collapse it will potentially correct it. Alright, so we took a different approach to how we selected these items. Put our hammer, collapse selected. Alright. Didn't see anything funky with that, so that's good. Do effect pivot. That. And reset the X form. That. Oh, what did I do there? What is this? Did I just apply that? I don't remember. Oh my goodness. I don't know what I did. Okay, we got interior. I don't know why I had that selected, I guess, as far as that perspective match. Yeah, I just noticed I had that. So I don't know if I actually applied that, I'm not sure. Hope I didn't. Alright, so reset X form. That looks good. No. Alright, so we got our building 2 and our building. Alright, try it this way. So now we'll go ahead and save this as to be collapsed. Yep. Save over that. Oh, what I didn't do, I know what I missed there. In building 2, we got to actually move that mapping to where the doors are. That's what we forgot. That's the step we did. Okay, so in building 2, we gotta actually unwrap this, so, and change where mapping 4 the doors are. Okay. All again. We need that, that, and that. Okay, so we're gonna move all of that to area. Alright, scale that down up into there. That'll work. Okay. Theory, that should be just fine. Alright, now I'll go ahead and collapse that down for that thing. Now we got our 2 models, one that has the trans area for the doors, building 2, building 1 has them shut with no interior. Alright, save that scene. Yes, please. And go ahead and spit that out as a 3DS. See what kind of result we get. Go to, whoops, wrong location. Modeling. Nope. Dash. Turn 1. 3DS. Go to 3DS. And we're going to overwrite this guy. Still got that original copy from last week. And yep. Not worried about it. Cool. Now. Okay, we're going to flip this back over to Max 5 here real quick. Give me a second. We're going to load that 3DS into, that we just created into that. Max 5 up. So once I get Max 5 loaded up here, we'll switch it back over. How everybody doing out there anyway? Did I lose anybody? Probably. That's understandable. You kind of got stuck in a loop here, and this is what sometimes happens when you're creating stuff. So the thing that keeps hanging in the back of my mind is what is going on with that roof. That it steps on the mapping, I guess, as far as everything. Holy crap, there's another one. Saw that out of the corner of my eye. Yeehaw. GG's, get the GG's out there. If you're following the channel, you got the GG emote. There you go. Get some GG's out there. Hell yeah. Also the animated hype. That's another good one. Get some animated hype and some GG's out there. Cheers! Alright, we got this Max 5 loaded up. Alrighty then, let's go ahead and reload that. So we're going to import our 3DS, navigate to that we just created. Cross, turn 1 concession, so this guy. Completely replace, do not convert. Cool. Alrighty then, so we're going to go into material editor. Got both objects selected. And load in our TGA. Must be the TGA that has the alpha channel. Otherwise we will not have any alpha to our model. Do we have image alpha on that? That's good. What we want. So we want to physically apply it to both models selected. And we can confirm both models are selected that way. Alright, so in this view we'll go ahead and do smooth. Our texture is applied. Everything is named the way it needs to be. As far as building and building 2, no spaces. Spit that out as a pass file. Alright, so we'll navigate to our working folder, 3ds, and create pass file. Alright, so again, what we've done here as far as in the creation of this pass file is we use a different order which we collapse all our individual pieces together. Alright? Sometimes that's all it takes to do that. Alright, so now we're going to copy our newly created pass file over to our Make 3DO. Like this. Overwrite that one, and then just run that again. It's going to change my scene here for a second. I'll switch it back. Don't worry. So we got that. Alright, let me go ahead and switch this back. This is another reason why I need a stream deck, so it doesn't step on my scene changes here. Some of the functions that we need in our command line or command prompt, we need to use for what we've got applied to. Wait, did that not switch? It did not switch. Okay, hold on. There we go. All right, so all I did was create. I ran the F8 to be able to bring back up, I guess, as far as what we already previously typed into our command line, so that we can compile our new 3DO. That's what we did. So let's see how this looks. So it still looks funky, just like it did before. So something's still going on. But I'm thinking we're gonna have that, still have that same problem. The fact that it's looking the same as it did the previous compilation, still seeing that. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Wish I knew what the hell was causing that. Yeah, so I'm guessing, I'm gonna go ahead and run it through the motions here, but I'm guessing because we're seeing the same visual, I guess, as far as what we did last time. We ran it through 3D Sim Ed. It's probably going to do the same thing again. So even using that different order and I compiled things, you know, collapse things together, still getting the same result, fortunately. Alright, let's collapse. I don't know why that is, though. Let's cut this out of here, put this in our get a folder. And we'll reload up Sandbox and see what it looks like. I got a feeling it's going to be the same, though. What I'm seeing in 3D Sim Ed, at least, anyway. I know you don't always 100% want to go by what you see in 3D Sim Ed. You definitely want to see it in Sandbox as well as in the game. But a lot of times when you see the same thing in 3D Sim Ed, even after doing what we did, if it shows the same way, chances are it's going to show the same way in here again. Let's see what we got. Oh, a little bit different this time. So this time we're seeing it on the outside and not the inside. So that's weird. So it's the same poly, only it's on the shows on the outside and not the inside, and it's still missing this corner. You piece of crap. Why are you doing that? That is the question. Why are you doing that? Yep, so we got our ceiling in here. That looks good. Let's see how that looks anyway. Well, even with it as messed up as it is here, how does our ceiling look? I think that ceiling looks a hell of a lot better as far as being tucked up a little bit more and having more clarity in that image here, even from this distance here. Got quite a bit of detail. So let's go in from the inside. That looks good. Now it does have some distortion because there is still some compression in the texture, right? But it definitely has a lot more clarity as far as it did. So we can see our corners did somewhat apply as far as our painted corners. We can see those. We can see those are now applied. Those weren't previously applied. The fact that it's missing a poly right here, it's flipped or one of the two. Not 100% sure why it's doing that at this point. The fact that it's showing on the exterior instead of the interior like it was previously, it's kind of a head scratcher, I'll have to say. But yeah, at least our painted corners are showing up in there at least anyway. That gives a pretty nice highlight, I guess, as far as to that. Now, if this was showing properly over here, that would really get an indication of how that's looking. Kind of takes away from it with this poly kind of showing like it shouldn't. What I will look at too, while I'm at it, let's see how. So this is the in race mode, in race session. That's how that looks. Let's see how it looks in testing. If the door is closed. See if that level is messed up. State variable. Let's go to 0 for testing. So this is what it looks like in testing. Definitely don't have a problem on that level. So it does kind of confirm what I was thinking as far as like when I collapse the building, the interior and the exterior, as far as that clone of it, that's where it's messing up for some reason. That's where it's messing up. So what I could probably do is actually look and see after I collapse that down to see what polys might be in there. Now I'm not seeing the same problem that we're seeing in the finished 3DO, so that creates a little bit of a problem, I guess, as far as to determine what can we fix in our collapsed model in Max prior to piling it into a pass file. But this model here for testing mode, actually looks good. So it's only the one that loads in, I guess, as far as for race session. With the doors open seems to be the problem. Yeah, this one looks pretty good. Not that bad at all. Yeah, for painted texture for the corners, I don't think that's all that bad. Not that bad at all. Alright, so at least we know which level is screwed up the most. So that's the one we'll try and focus on. Hydrate? Yeah, definitely need that. Yeah, the fact that I'm still seeing nothing in my chat bot, that's Freaking weird. Okay, so at least we have somewhat of a direction that we need to look at our model from. Okay. Alrighty then, so let's go ahead and reset this. We need to take a look at our collapsed model of the building 2 with our interior and exterior in our collapse scene. So we'll just take a look at it from that level. See what we can do in there. Alright, let me load up Max 14 again. Get out of this one. Yeah, so it's taking a little bit longer, obviously, than normally does. And that's to be expected. These are the types of things you would sometimes run into. What are you squealing at me for? Oh, what in chat? I got nothing in my chat bot. As far as text, there's nothing in it. It's completely blank. So the fact that the bot is up and you can use the mini chat games and whatever, it's kind of strange. Really got a feeling it's as far as Twitch has been doing some things in the background. It gets as far, so I think they're phasing out a lot of locally run bots as far as the integration. The connection of them to an outside bot is what I'm guessing. I know there was some talk, I guess, as far as them doing stuff like that, and I think I'm witnessing that firsthand here, because I got absolutely no text in my bot at all. But obviously it's working, like I said, because you can use, you all are free to use, I guess, as far as the mini chat games and whatever. So that's all bot related. Yep. I can't even say it's really taking a break, because like I said, you can use all the, in fact, let me try this myself. You can play slots. Yep. So that's all bot related right there. And the fact that none of the Twitch chat is actually showing up in the bot like it normally does. None of it. I need a shot too, actually. Oh baby, that was almost a full. That was a full one right there too. Sweet. Yep, so that's working good. Well, it's good to see. We've had at least two max jackpots. I think Porch got one and James has gotten one. As far as the max jackpot, 1,000 units of fluid. That's pretty cool. 88. Nice. So the bot's being a little bit generous on the shots there. That's good. All right, let's switch this back over. Now we got Max 14 back loaded. It's the only one I haven't done yet is the Risk. You got nothing on the skull. Okay, so let's go ahead and load up our scene, and we're gonna go with the collapsed model scene. Yeah. Let's go. 3D modeling, mesh, draws, turn 1. Yes, we need this guy. Let's take a closer look at this thing here. So we're gonna hide this one. Take a look at this one a little bit closer. So we can't see much the same as we witness in this mesh, right? As we do in our finished model here. In fact, let me switch this back over to race mode 2. So we do not see in our model this nonsense. So it's going to be a little bit rough, I feel, to figure out why it's almost like it's including some of that, and it's not even, that's just weird way it's doing that. I don't even know where to start. Let me convert this to an editable poly. There's really nothing. need to understand why it's adding that poly like it is. That's not even, I don't even know what, crap. I'm going with my mouse, thank you. It almost looks like it's adding part of the gable to this or something. This, yeah, I don't even know what poly that is that it's adding to that part on the exterior. If I knew what that was, I might have a better idea of what to focus on. So it's mostly that poly right there, and it's kind of stepping on this one right here too. In fact, it's either flipped or removed. Not 100% sure why it's doing that. So I thought maybe by looking at this here we could see what's going on, but I don't see anything out of the ordinary here. That's there. So the only thing it should be loading is just this model in race mode. That's, again, goes back to our script. The way this is saying, so in concession 2, it has building 2 mesh from this pass file. It should only be loading that in race mode. So 2, which is right there, concession 2, so that's using that, whoop, my bad, it's using this line right here, which is a building 2. So that's all it should be loading. Okay, which I'm convinced over that's what it's doing, but why is it adding these polys to that model, as we see here, like so? That should not be doing that. And I don't see anywhere else where it's broken. The other thing too, there's no other polys that seem to be flipped or added to this other than that. That is just super weird. Trying to think of what I can do. So we know the building 1 that has the closed doors, all of that is fine as far as it not having an interior, so on and so forth. It's just this one, this part of the mesh of that pass file that we create is the one that has the problem. I don't know how to correct that at this point. I'm a little mind boggled right now. So the only thing I can think of, I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Are these flipped? Let me render this. I don't think so. So I think I've got check this out. Would it be so simple as to switch this out to the TGA instead? Wouldn't think, but if I got the bitmap applied to that, that is the correct one. We can see where the ceiling is oriented. That's our trans area, all of our trim. That is correct. Nothing out of ordinary there. Okay. I'm just really confused as to why that's doing that. And let alone, is there anything I can do to correct it? Let's see here. Okay, so that's the right side. That's, yeah, this one should have the inside and outside. Okay. Yep, it should be inside and outside. Yep. I just don't see anything out of the ordinary with this here, fortunately. I'm at a loss here, folks. I don't know. I might have to I don't even know where to start, I guess, as far as to actually fix that. There's nothing really here that needs to be fixed in this mesh here. So this is considered part of the mesh when we export our model. And something in it is obviously broken, because that's the only thing that's presenting as broken in our game, in our sandbox here. So that's this model that I have currently loaded into Max. This is what seems to be broken. I am not 100% sure why. Let alone how to fix it. Let me check the, let me recheck, I guess, the UV map again. Yeah, this is definitely boggling my mind, I ain't gonna lie. The mapping looks totally fine, there's nothing out of place. Definitely doesn't look like anything out of place, so I was just looking to see if maybe there was something not where it should be. And that's not the case. I hate to waste all your time, I guess, as far as on this. I really don't know what direction to go. I'm gonna have to do some homework on this one here and figure out what the heck's going on. Because let alone the fact that the way I collapse these things with the roof and that, and then now done with this thing, I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know what's broken with it. And it's only on this one mesh here. So this is considered a mesh that we're trying to load from our pass file. The one that has the doors closed, all that's fine. Just on this one here. And I've gone both ways, I guess, as far as to choose the order that I select the cloned out exterior to the interior. I've done it both ways, and I get almost the same result, I guess, as far as the area that's broken. I don't know how to correct that. Yeah, it hasn't been doing that either, I guess, as far as up until right now. Super strange. That makes it even stranger. Let's see. Let's do... Well, the mapping is fine. I don't need to do anything with that. Yeah, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to do some homework on this, folks, and if there's anybody left in chat that would like to see some racing, just let me know. It just won't have the new model in there until I figure out what's going on with this, because I'm not going to put that broken model into the game. So if there's anybody out there that would want to see a little bit of racing, I don't have a problem with that. But as far as doing anything more with this model, I'm a little bit lost. I'm not really sure why it's doing what it's doing. I've done all I feel I can do at this point. I'm kind of at a loss here. Alright, Racer James. So, yeah, if the majority, if that's the consensus, I guess, of everybody else in chat, I'm going to do some homework, and hopefully I can show, I guess, as far as what findings that I can conclude as to what's going on with the model. I do feel it does have something to do with the order of the way things are getting collapsed. That's what it usually has alluded to, but the fact that I can't seem to select anything other than what I've been able to do, I should be able to select any pieces, no matter what it is, without the mapping getting stepped on. So I think that there's an issue with that too somewhere. Well, I need to figure out what's going on with that. Hopefully I'll have some answers by next week. Right? You try to catch me on Discord? Are you talking about post stream, James, or? But yeah, or you just talking in general? Yeah, I'm always on Discord. You can always feel free to message, I guess, as far as what goes. So if you got some stuff for me, then let me know. All right, folks. So I think that's what we're gonna do. I think that's the general consensus. Everybody's good. I know it's been a long stream. We did get some things accomplished. It's just a matter of getting the model, I guess, to compile properly. And we're not able to do that, I guess, at this point. And I'm not one, I guess, to want to put a broken model into the sim, because that's not going to be a valid test, in my opinion. I know it's broken, so to put that into the sim and test it that way, that doesn't make sense to me. So yeah, I need to figure out what's going on with it. Figure out why I can't select different orders of pieces to collapse them together in a different order without the mapping getting stepped on. I think that's one of the bigger problems. Alright, so if anybody wants to stick around, I guess, as far as for post at the end of the stream, feel free to do so. I hope this was a somewhat informative. I know the very start of the stream was. We got Gaming Gargoyle in here. Got some insight, I guess, as far as what we're doing over here. Made at least one new follow. That's the one that is actually stepping on, I guess, the event list there, I guess, on the bottom of the screen. Super funny. Did we even hear anything from NASCAR fan? I don't even know. If we did, I might have missed it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so hope everybody does have a fantastic rest of their weekend. It's going to be nice out. I don't know if it's started raining out yet. I know we were supposed to get some rain, as I talked about earlier in the stream. But for the most part, the rest of the weekend should be pretty decent. It's going to be in the 60s. Very mild. And, yeah, probably going to get out there and do some stuff. So I definitely hope you all do the same if you have same type of fantastic and wonderful way. So, yeah, definitely feel free to stick around for the host. For those that are lurking in the stream that haven't followed the channel, if you like what you're seeing, you want to see more of it, make sure you're hitting that follow button if you are lurking. Get the notification when the stream is live. We also have the social media links on the channel. Definitely make sure you're checking all those out. I'll have the bot put out there as well. Check out all the social media links. We got the Rock Nation Discord. Tend to post on there on the regular. I'm also on the Twitter. I do post on all those social media platforms like that. On the regular pre-stream, post-stream, and everything else in between. Not even necessarily related to stream. So definitely feel free to check those out. Like I said, I guess as far as at your leisure. Yes, Torch, you have a good one. Yeah, so Racer James, I know he said you were already bouncing out. Very much appreciate everybody. I was really looking forward to, I guess, to be able to get in to do some a little bit of racing. There's really nothing new to show. I guess that's the only reason why I guess I don't feel right doing it without having something new to put in there. For the fact that this model is broken, I'm not going to test a broken model. I appreciate everybody's understanding with that. We'll just try again next week. See what happens next week. Should be streaming no later, I guess, as far as for Truckin' Tuesday, Taco Truckin' Tuesday. So if you want to catch that one there, as well as any other streams on the channel, like on whatever Wednesday, I've been playing a lot of Mon Bazoo, making some great progress on that. And also for Farmer Friday, we're on our last month. We're going to be going into our last month on the Deuce MS Outhouse server playthrough of No Man's Land. So if you want to catch any of that, if you haven't, you missed a majority of it. We already been on there for 2 months. It's hard to believe. This will be the last month. And we're going to go all out with it. We're going to be moving the farm from Area 52 over to a different area closer to the store. So there's going to be a lot going on there. So if you want to catch any of that, again, make sure you're hitting the follow button on the channel. Get the notification when the streams are live. So with all that being said, we'll see y'all again real soon, I hope. Bye for now.